Conservation Commission to order at exactly 5:32. I want to welcome everyone to our Zoom meeting here, and I want to if you are not part of the discussion, I need everyone to please remain muted. And also, one thing I want to bring up with these Zoom calls is if you have a lot of applications running in the background, such as Outlook and so forth, it can slow down your audio. That often helps any problems with getting clear audio through. So to begin, I'm going to read the usual message pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order superseding certain provisions of the open meeting law, General GLC 30A, Section 18, and the governor's March 15, 2020 order concerning imposition on strict limitations to the number of people that may gather in one place. This meeting will be conducted via this platform of Zoom. So with that said, I notice Fred is on. Fred, are you able to connect your audio?
Yeah, it should be.
Great, thank you. All right, so first order of business, meeting minutes for approval of August 3rd. Have we reviewed them? Do we have a motion for approval? Any corrections?
I make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from August 3rd as written.
Okay, first, do we have a second?
I second it.
Robin seconds.
How do I get to speak?
Mary?
All right. Let's do Dan,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Fred.
Yes.
Do we have Hayden? No. Joey.
Yes. All right, so moving right into business, requests for determinations of applicability known as RDAs. First up, 12 Black Point Road. Amy Bissell, do we have the Bissells on?
You do.
Okay, how you doing?
Good. Yourself?
Not too bad, not too bad. So we discussed when we were at your home on Saturday, some activity that's going on there. You were given a verbal from Mary to stop and then file. Mary, are you still loading photos?
Yeah, it's actually this one I'm loading photos for, but they're coming.
All right, so I will take the commission through. If you just close your eyes and think of this, okay? Black Point Road, pretty much the first house on the right-hand side next to where the development Black Point Road is going in. There was, in the back, there is a deck that comes off of what really is the main floor. And underneath the deck, there's some repairs going on for a cracked foundation, and there's some probably 1 to 2 inch gravel that has been put around the house. One item that was very important that I felt needed to be addressed right away was the right at the edge, the embankment that goes down to Cedar Cove was just loam and nothing on top of it. And I did not want that to remain raw any longer than what it was, because there was some invasive starting to take root. So we did discuss the need for proper erosion controls. Mr. Bissell had mentioned that he was going to do sod at that location, as well as putting in timbers along the embankment there so that he eventually does plan on doing the entire yard with the sod. It just, he focused on that area first. So still waiting for pictures, Mary?
I think we might have one.
Okay. Also, there is a bit of some water coming off the roadway where his property is located. Black Point starts its just a small grade down. Here's Mr. Bissell's house. And this is not this is the site next door that's on hold right now. Boundary is decided. So, all right, so where we're standing here, you can see right in front of, I'm not exactly sure who that is, but there's a lot of sand there. It's not even soil, it's really dirt. So this lawn eventually will become sod at some point, but we discussed potential options for a berm to go along the roadway, which will work out well because there is a point where the water's coming right off the roadway. When we were there, this absolutely it didn't look like this. I can tell you that. The embankment on the right did look like that, but there was no pile of dirt or any of the pallets there. So, so the two activities right now, the activities that are going on is this here at the embankment. Also, there was a small failure of the embankment, and some stone had been put in there as a riprap so that that point there where water definitely is coming off the property and off that section there. It would sort of reinforces it a bit. Mary, if you can go back to that.
Sorry.
You can't really see it, but in the lower right-hand side, lower right-hand corner rather, there is still, he tried to button up this edge here, but there's still water that comes off of that far corner. So I'm hoping that there are some timbers put in here and a good proper line is here. It will help with any kind of drainage coming off the property. So with that, Dean, with me, do you have any comments? I think I've covered everything. Did we lose Dan again? Is there anything, Dan? All right, while we wait to see if Dan has lost connectivity. Oh, there you are. Can you hear me, Dan?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
Yeah, I from what you said, I looked at that too. I think the work we told him he could go ahead and do at this time was fine. It's good. It's needed to stabilize the top of that slope.
Yeah, the wetland edge is actually, if you look into the just below, right at the bottom of that slope there, it's the swamp comes right up to there. So when I saw that embankment that was raw, I said, well, we got to get something going here. So that's why I gave him the go ahead right away to get that stabilized. So now, Mr. Bissell, did you happen to be able to get any work done this weekend, as you mentioned that you were hoping to?
I didn't get the work done that I needed. However, I did get the pellet of sod on order that should be arriving on Wednesday. Also, the gentleman that was with you, we ordered 2 pallets actually of 6x6 pressure treated landscape timber to go ahead and reinforce all of that. So I'm hoping that everything that we had talked about for the shore right there is completely taken care of. And you're absolutely right. There is no soil here. It's just all loose fill dirt, and you could see that just what was left there after the Japanese knotwood was removed. So I just want to get this done as quickly as possible. As far as the pellets that were in here, in the soil that was sitting there, when Mary told me to stop, I just didn't want it sitting there, so all of that was taken off the property.
And also, just so the commission knows, on this side of the house where there's that, sort of I consider it sort of an egress for the main floor. There is still a crack down in the foundation down below there that is going to need to be repaired. But as I mentioned, about 4 feet along there and wraps around to the back. Right now, he's got stone down with some weed fabric. And then in the back, he's planning on underneath the deck, he's going to put in a patio that goes up against the house. So, and that, Mary, those were all of my notes from Saturday. So we can, just make sure that that's on, make sure that that's added to this RDA. Commissioners, do you have any questions, any input? It's pretty simple. I was just concerned with stabilization, and he obviously has got some work to take care of. The house from the machinery next door has supposedly cracked and shifted some of the sliders in a window. So
Joey, the only place where there was concern for slope stabilization is this place with the stone on it now? Is that true?
I'm not concerned about it, because what we had mentioned was as he said, that he's going to put along there, he's going to have that those, he's going to anchor them into the ground.
Okay.
So hopefully once the sod is then laid down, and it gets rooted, it will help with, this is a similar situation to a property we visited on Sutton Ave, where it really is contractor, fill. And, the grass that's growing there is just, it's not really staying. It's been dry. It died. So he's looking to get something a bit more hardy in there and get the property tightened up. So.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other commissioners with questions or feedback? Otherwise, can we put this to a vote?
Joey, I just had a comment. So
Yep.
You would want him to have erosion controls just along the top of the slope there for the project?
Yep.
Okay.
The other alternative would be if he puts down those, puts down the landscaping ties beforehand. He's not going to be doing a lot of movement in there, and they could effectively act as the erosion control.
Yeah. I think that, Well, I mean, that's up to the commission. I mean, you got a point there, Fred. I don't think a wattle would be, I don't think the wattle would be necessary, but given that he doesn't have very many trees there, and now that the trees are down next door during the development, he is seeing kind of a wind field go through here and sort of taking trash carrying trash towards the wetland. So I would probably still do the silt fence. It's very dusty too.
Yeah, I would imagine, because it doesn't look like there's much in the way of organics in that soil.
No, not at all.
Before he sods, I'm thinking he's gonna need some loam on there, just so the grass has something to grow into.
Yeah, and that was the plan, right, Mr. Bissell? We talked about that.
Correct. So there is an existing wattle that's there from when the property was built, and there is still weed control fabric that's along the line. Now, what I wanted to do was put down the heavy duty industrial weed control on top of that there, and tuck it underneath or over the existing wattle that's there, depending on if I have to remove any earth to do so. And then I wanted to put the 6x6 ties directly connecting the old weed fabric with the new weed fabric. And then there needs to be a inch and a half of loom that would be put down over that, and the sod on top. But with the 6x6 barrier, that should be high enough that nothing would be going over that. And not only that, it would be a nice solid edge to protect the wetland.
Yeah. All right. Anything else?
What do you guys think about that old silt fence that's been there, since the house was built? Right now it's just kind of mashed down on the ground level, and to remove it, it's true, would be destabilizing of the slope, but I'm not sure that we want that in there forever.
I think we should probably see how it looks when he takes out the erosion controls.
Okay.
When projects are completed. But a lot of the knotweed and stuff, I was looking at it, and I couldn't even really pull the thing up. So
Right, that's true.
it's one of those things where it's now become so integrated into the landscape that the invasives are really growing through it. So all right. Do we have a vote on this on 12 Black Point Road?
Make a motion for a negative determination on the IDA for 12 Black Point Road.
Okay, Dan with the first. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Fred with the second.
All right, Dan,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Joey,
Yes. I don't think we have any other commissioners with us. Is Hayden here?
no, he's not here yet.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Bissell, as we spoke, I mean, you're not doing very much cutting of anything, but you'll want to use a vacuum saw and cut on the opposite side of the house. And if there's any questions, please let us know. And then once you've got that embankment stabilized, if you wouldn't mind, like I mentioned, send Mary an email and send photographs or ask her to stop by so that we know that it's in good shape.
Of course. So the plan that we spoke of, you're fine with the 6x6 and the weed control barrier and everything like that, and you just want a silt fence up. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
All right.
That sounds
Fantastic.
good. Yep, you'll be all.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
All
it.
right. Thank you. Good luck with that. All
Have
right.
a nice night.
Thank you. Okay, on to notices of intent, NOIs. 68 Lakeside Ave, Gary and Janet Shannon. Do we have Gary and or Janet with us?
Gary Shannon here.
All right. Hi, Gary. How you doing?
Good evening.
All right. So we're looking to remove a retaining wall and removal of brush and saplings. So
Yes,
this was the opposite group. This was Michelle and Fred and Robin, I believe, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does someone want to take us through this?
So, Mary, I uploaded on the Google Drive an updated plan. So you might want to show that one. A beautiful hand drawing with a couple more details.
as you can see, I'm not a draftsman.
I think it's beautiful, just the way it is. No worries. Mr. Shannon, do you want to walk through the plan or do you want me to do it?
I'll do my best. There's currently a retaining wall made of rotten railroad ties that was installed in the early 1970s when my parents built a house here. The other lot, the contiguous lot, is a lot that I bought about 20 years ago that's undeveloped. And the retaining wall is falling in. My intention is to remove that and replace it with a block wall. The part that I've indicated as banking elevates up from the wall, and my plan was to put rocks on that portion of the banking from the Webster Lake side, which is really where the house begins, up to where the house ends, and then from the ending of the house out to Lakeside Ave to plant perennial flowers and shrubs to hold the banking back. The beginning of the retaining wall before the Webster Lake went down about 3 feet was about 47 feet from the lake, which is the distance approximately from where the retaining wall will start to the top of my wall, where the water used to be before the lake went down. And it runs up to not quite to Lakeside Ave.
Okay. And we have photos. Okay.
The ones in Mary's document are better, but the ones I took indicate the trees are gonna go down.
All right, so this is the wall here.
Yes, it's the picture on my screen anyway. At the top is the front of the house at 68 Lakeside. Just to the left of that is where the wall is.
Okay.
The second shot below is a little better shot of it. I think it's probably from Lakeside heading down to the lake. As I say, it ends at the end of the house, which is approximately 47 feet from the lake. And if you notice, the banking goes up from the left.
But there's the bank.
Okay.
Um,
Are you going to have machines in here to take care of this?
Yes, my contractor was with us when we met with the board.
Okay.
So there is a spill kit on the updated plan.
Okay.
Also, it's probably important to point out from this picture that's showing right now that between where you see the old wall and the house, there's going to be a pea stone put in there.
Yeah.
We talked to the contractor about how the pea stone's going to stay in place and not tumble down the hill.
Yes.
His plan is to put some riprap at the end
Okay.
for the water.
Yeah, I think he was talking 4 minus, if I remember right.
That seems about right.
Okay.
yeah, Because this
Mary.
whole area is like sloping down kind of gently, but it all kind of heads down. And then once you get to the end of the wall, which is right here, then there's a more permanent wall, but then it goes down much steeper to the lake. So this section here is probably kind of critical to protect.
So you're telling me that Mr. Shannon has the typical waterfront on Webster Lake?
Yes.
A nice grade in the back that you you can break your ankle on.
And
Mary,
a driveway that's a killer to walk up and down at my age.
so if you wouldn't mind, Mary, could you scroll back down? I want to see a photo. I think I noticed something. Keep going. Yeah, keep going. Yes, right here. Are you standing at the street?
Yeah, yes, the lower picture, you're standing at the street.
I can tell because I'm looking at runoff from the street. I can see sand.
No, that's mulch.
That's mulch?
Yep, there's no sand there really. I've never had any erosion there at all.
Really?
Somebody indicated it's a very gentle slope. I have some of the other pictures that we saw a little while ago. Just at the end, it goes down further, as you pointed out, and there's a grill there that's on yep, right there.
Oh, yeah.
The portion of the grill that's towards us is about, I don't know, 3 or 4 feet from a stone wall that my dad made in the 1950s. And there's never anything that runs down on where that grill is or anywhere else. I've never had any problems there. It's almost flat. Really never run down at all. I never have to clean it off or do anything.
I'm surprised because that looked like erosion off the road. So
No, it's the pictures are kind of deceptive.
yeah, it is. It is.
In reality, it's a much gentler slope. Actually, you can see a little better in the upper right-hand corner
Yeah.
because now you're looking up the hill. You can see how
Okay.
little it actually is.
All right. So is this going to be a phased? Are we going to do this in phases, or are they going to come in and?
Well, the good part, to the extent there is a good part to this, is the contractor is my cousin who lived next door, so he has a short commute. So he's planning on getting it all done before in the fall.
Okay.
But you know how those things are, even when he's your cousin. I'm hopeful it'll be done this fall, quickly.
Okay. All right. You were there, Fred and Robin and Michelle. Any concerns, any special conditions that we should?
Nope. And the pictures that Michelle took, they did go and mark the trees that they were going to take out.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're
And
really small and
I
mostly
don't think
dead.
there's any problem with any of them. I mean,
Okay.
as you can see, at best, they're pretty beat.
Yeah.
And so they're going to try and, I mean, this part will be cleared, this part of the banking, but the rest of it, going to try to maintain.
Mhm.
So shrubs or lower shrubs and.
And I'm hopeful I'll be able to get some flowering perennial shrubs and plants that I can
Okay.
just put in there and they'll look nice and hold the banking.
Well, maybe.
Maybe I could ask a question, because I'm looking at the updated plan, and I see silt fence over near the Keystone. I just want to make sure we're not missing anything. Do you think there needs to be an additional silt fence, Joey or Dan or Fred? Because it looks like it comes from the house, kind of scoops around where the Keystone work is, but I'm not sure if you think there needs to be anything on that bank.
I don't think so, because you kind of have a natural slope that would push it towards the house. So
Okay.
going out any further really doesn't make any sense because it can't go that way.
Yeah.
Oh, good point.
I was just wondering if maybe you wanted it wouldn't necessarily have to be silt fence, but just to kind of mark out the limit of work on that bank, because the rest of that land is undisturbed up there. Just, you know, to give the contractor a, you know, a visual of where he stops. I don't know.
This is probably a good point, spot. I was going to bring it up later, but I think this might be an opportunity to start to implement orange silt fence instead of black. As I had mentioned it to some others, but I think in essence of some recent tragedy and some a better way to keep an eye on the silt fence is possibly, I think, when possible, use orange silt fence. And this might be that project. And so, from what I understand, it comes in orange and it comes in black. So orange would definitely help out, and it's a visual barrier.
Yeah, but
Please,
Joey,
please
on this
excuse my
particular,
ignorance. Is this a temporary structure?
Yeah,
Silt?
yeah, it's about 3 feet up from the ground. You see it on construction sites.
Okay.
And it's it has to remain in place while you know, activity is going on, and you can't take it out until Mary has approved it to be removed.
Okay. One point if I could make, because I'm not sure it was part of the discussion. It was when I met with the representative commissioners. If you look at the banking, that portion of the banking from the beginning of the wall to the front of the house up towards Lakeside, the plan was to have rocks there. And then from the front of the house out to Lakeside is where I intended to have some loam, some flowering perennial plants and shrubs.
Okay.
look nice. So I just want to circle back around to Mary's point. Her concern is the limit of work on the undisturbed banking side and putting up some kind of reminder that there's a limit of work. There wouldn't be any normal need for erosion controls on that bank. So that erosion controls being orange isn't going to solve that particular problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I would think easiest thing to do is just get a couple of those snow stakes and just pop a couple of them along the limit of work. Because they're not actually going to be doing much of the way of working there or clearing. They're going to be putting riprap pretty much on top of existing grade.
Mhm.
So having something just to mark up how far up you want it is all you need.
Yeah.
And it's not like, because you're not going to be going up there to do work. It's enough of a slope that you wouldn't be accidentally going up there.
No.
Okay.
So let's come up with to help me when I inspect, how far back from the wall are we going? Are we going just to the top of the slope there? Are we going a few more feet back?
I think the intention is just go to the top of the slope.
Okay,
I own the other parcel, but my goal was to just go up to what I understand to be the boundary line, which is at the top of the slope.
okay. So the top of the slope, are you okay with that being kind of your limit of work? Like the machine wouldn't need to get up on top to do his work. He can do everything from below.
Well, bear with me, it's not my line of work, but I believe my cousin advised me that he would just come in between the house and the current retaining wall and be able to work from there.
Okay,
There'd be no reason, you really couldn't get up there from the street anyway. You'd have to knock down a bunch of trees and everything, get in there.
right,
Getting-
that's it.
Yeah, it's pretty heavily wooded up there, so
Okay.
not really worried about equipment getting in there.
So we'll say the top of the slope is the limit of work.
Yeah, I think his intention is to have his machine on 68 Lakeside only.
Okay,
I don't see any reason to do it otherwise. It was not my intention.
All right. Anything else, folks? Commissioners, anything else? All right. So I'm going to open it up to the audience, do we have any abutters here for 68 Lakeside Ave? All right, last call for abutters.
And Joey, just so you know, there is no DEP number for this one yet.
Okay. All right, that's good to know. Mr. Shannon, you won't be able to begin any work until you've got a DEP number. Department of Environmental Protection is, they're mostly, a lot of them are working from home, and they are behind. They're trying to get things processed as fast as possible, so.
Does that number come from you or from them eventually?
That comes from them, and we'll receive an email, I believe. You'll receive one, and then that will need to go on say a piece of plywood, and it needs to say Mass DEP and then the number. You can't put it on a telephone pole. You might want to bang a stake in the ground and attach it to that, because you wouldn't want to nail it into a tree either. So.
I know what you're talking about. I just walked down Lakeside. There's several down there now, so.
Yep, there's plenty of them in your neighborhood. All right, so with that, once we issue this decision on your project, Mary will get you an order of conditions. And there is also an appeal period that you need to hold from the state, in case an abutter or someone wants to appeal it. So
What is that appeal period? You know offhand?
it is a 10-day appeal period, and it begins the moment that he's been given his conditions, right, Mary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
All righty.
Yep, so we'll help you with the process, and Mary's gonna come out for a site walk to put up your erosion controls anyway, and she'll talk to you about a few things at that point as well, so.
Oh, all right. Mary, you'll contact me when it's convenient for you?
Yeah, well, it may be, we have to wait for your DEP number before we can even issue the order. So
Okay.
that's what we're waiting for.
All right.
All right, so commissioners, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make the motion.
Can I get a second?
I second.
All
Okay,
right, Dan,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Joey.
yes. All right, can we get a motion on this project, please?
I'll make the motion to issue an order of conditions for 68 Lakeside Ave.
All right, Michelle, can we get a second?
I
I'll
second.
I think Robin got your beat, Dan.
Take your
Lose, you lose.
All right,
All right, yes, Dan,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Joey.
yes. Okay, all right, so you are all set, Gary, and if you have any questions, please reach out to Mary.
Thank you very much.
All
Good
right,
night.
thank you very much. Have a great night.
Hey, Mary,
Yes.
can we put on the agenda to revisit the order of conditions for next meeting?
Oh, the orders? Yeah, we'll see if there's room. I can write that down as a note.
Well, it should be very quick. I want to make a
Yeah.
change to it to require the orange instead of the black.
Yeah, we talked about that, Mary.
Okay.
Change the silt fence to orange.
It also makes it easier for us to see if it's up or down.
Yep. And then also the other quick thing, if you want to write it down now, is start wrapping trees so that they are, number one, protected, but they're also seen by machinery. The state does it, a lot of neighboring towns do it, so I think it's a good idea. All right, so moving along, 23 Claybert Avenue, Antonia Diaz. Do we have Antonia on? Antonia?
Yeah, she does not seem to be here. I know
No.
she had an issue with work, but I thought she worked later. It was more like she had to be on early.
All right. I'll just give the board a quick, actually, you know what, let's put it to Nan. And if she's not here by then, we can put her on the next agenda. Let's move it to 61, 67, and 69 Cubworth Road, NU Auto Auction, Realty LLC, construction of 669 vehicle storage lot. This is continued from September 21st. I believe I saw Glenn somewhere. Brandon, are we here? Are you there? We got Chuck too.
Glenn's probably figuring we're not ready for him yet.
Um,
I just asked him to unmute.
yeah. Brandon, you're muted, and Chuck, you're muted as well, just so you can, just so you
There
know.
we go. Thank you again.
Right.
I'm
And-
now unmuted. Thank you.
All right, and we,
Although someone just popped on with a phone number. Do you want to check and see if it's Antonia?
It was Glenn Kowalski because I couldn't get
Oh,
unmuted.
okay.
You
Okay,
just
that's
unmuted. Thank you.
all right. Okay, so, there was some configuration that we needed to address. And Mary, do you have the current plans?
Yes. We see Glenn. Would that be the 925 plans?
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
925, yes.
Okay.
All right, so Glenn, why don't you take us through, take us for a walk in the woods here?
Thank you. I had asked Chris Keenan at the last meeting, right after it, to attend this meeting. We did call him again today, and he was not at work, and his boss called him. I don't believe he's here. But we did move base in this. I would look at potentially sheet 3 of 6. There you go. That's the one. I think you have it. We're just at it,
Oh, I had it before. Okay.
right there. There, 3 of 6, right on the bottom. 3 of 6.
Yep, it says
Yeah,
three.
we took out 66 cop spots. Mr. Keenan had sent, I believe, to Mr. Egan. Hopefully, Mr. Faniff also received a memo on 9/25/20. At the same time, talking relative to 2, 4, 5, about 18 bullet points, and could go through them, but that it was all for engineering. It was moving the detention structure number 3, which is where your pointer is now, over 25 feet from the wetland boundary to have the separation 50 feet base into wetlands, and also to because that was some natural woodland in that location, and we were looking and the commission was looking also to have natural woodlands to be left intact. But I asked Mr. Keenan after last meeting to move that basin up, but he had a couple of reasons to do it. In that 50-foot separation was one of the points, but my point was to get it out of that natural woodlands adjacent to the wetland. And so it's down to 600 car spaces. We were at 666, 660 on the previous plan. He talks about a 10% reduction. I think it's a little less than 10%. But I believe, most of the items listed are all stormwater related, except for that one point. I will say that Mr. Faniff did have concern with the farmer's pond down gradient of, or should I say more, let's see, direct south of basin number 1, which is on the left-hand side of the site. So in that area of the C flags, yep, 30, if you go directly south,
So on the south, off of the southwest corner.
actually directly, yep,
Yeah.
south. Directly south, that squared off one is I was there yesterday looking for, there's approximately 4 to 5 feet of water, pretty obnoxious area. That quite a few frogs, there was some wakes leaving, but that was yesterday, then after going in there late this afternoon, the gases, well, there's a lot of methane in there. It seems obnoxious. Sane through and find any insects in there. But I did find just black water and black soil. This was previous, as you know, there was once a violation over in this area to the south of that basin. Joe Bellino and Margaret Washburn were involved with it. And we talked to DEP at the time before the present owner bought a year and a half ago, and DEP felt that this was closed out, the old fill. But what did occur is the fill went on top of organic soils and groundwater discharge, and that ended up discharging magnesium, manganese, irons, and sulfurs, and it's discharging into this pool. And that is, Mr. Faniff probably saw some of that with the iron, Fe+3, at the surface in that area. At least we have photos from last year, and this time of the year, again, it's drawn down about 2.5 to 3 feet. But quite obnoxious area with low oxygen levels. It's definitely altered by man from that discharge coming out of the toe of the slope, which leaves it to not the ideal situation or conditions for salamanders or wood frog, and that the very minimum food supply within the pool itself for feeding on. As most of the spotted salamanders, they get out in late August, so they would have to have food supply before they become a juvenile adult, and wood frogs get out in mid-June. And I didn't find any insects within the water column, and I seined about a half hour, 35 minutes or so. So that was the only other question, was whether or not that was a potential vernal pool. There are 2, again, farm ponds, what they appear to be. That's what I found in that location. So what the project also, Michelle Smith had asked to extend the wetland line from wetland flag 1A. She thought that there was still some buffer zone in the site that wasn't shown. And now we have a 101 to 108. And that buffer zone does encroach into the property slightly. But there's a stone wall along the property boundary, and we're downgrading with our work of that wetland. The wall and the dirt around it is high, so nothing from the wetland comes to us, and nothing from us goes to that wetland. We also did locate with 6 flags a groundwater discharge area right there. Thank you. Isolated. Downgrading of that area, it's non-hydric soils, northern red oak, white walnut, a dominated area. And I did auger all the way down through and found no more hydric soil. So although it had shown on some previous mapping that there was a flow path through there, it's long since been gone. And all that I have left is that small isolated wetland. A few sedges, and the soils are quite transitional. Mr. Faniff, we discussed them briefly. A 4.3 chrome value for chroma 3 in redox, and that just makes it into the hydric soil category. That's what the additional flags that Jarvis Land Surveying picked up since our last meeting. add to the plan. That's what I have right now.
Brandon, anything on your end? And I think there was a few, one or two spots for the commission to keep an eye open while they're looking at this and as far as close proximity, whether, right, Brandon?
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll start from the top and work my way down to the bottom. The F series flags up near Cudworth Road, that little isolated wetland. I am in the unusual position of saying, I'm not entirely convinced that that's a wetland. But the thing is that it's small. It's less than a 1/4 acre foot in size, so therefore it's not a jurisdictional wetland under the Wetlands Protection Act. It's almost certainly under 5,000 square feet, so it wouldn't even require a water quality certification to fill in. It also appears to be inconsequential to the development plan. So if Mr. Kravosky wants to keep it, then by all means, keep it. So that's
just on the square footage, it's 575 square feet.
all right. So it's not even close to being the minimum required for even a water quality certificate from DEP. And it certainly wouldn't even be on the radar of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So it's not even a concern of mine. They're not proposing to do anything in that area to begin with. So I'm okay with it. But more poignantly, I have some of the same concerns as I did at the last meeting. And I see that yes, they did indeed move basin number 3 at least to be at least 25 feet away from the wetland down in that southwest corner, which is great. But then once you go beyond that, up into the east and around that C-series wetland, there's still a lot of disturbance very close to the wetland. Yeah, you see where that's all pointing. A lot of that's within 10 feet of the wetland. And I know that they're proposing to plant the slope. And I don't know how this plays into your 25-foot policy. I get a feeling this particular situation hasn't come up before, where someone proposes to disturb the 25-foot area but then replant it. Like I said, down around basin number 3, my opinion is that the natural state is usually the better state as opposed to cutting it down and then replanting it. I'm going to, I guess we should give Mr. Kravosky a second bite of the apple here, because I do know that there were more invasive species up around the C-series wetland where the pointer is now. But this is something that the commission should deliberate because it's a lot of linear footage next to the wetland that's very close. And one thing that does really concern me is how tight the limit of disturbances next to the wetland with a slope like that. There's the slope goes from 556 down to about 546. So that's a 10-foot slope with a limited disturbance almost like immediately adjacent to the BVW boundary. And it's a best management practice, BMP. When dealing with slopes like that, there should be a minimum of 5 feet of space between the bottom of the slope and the sedimentation control. And there should definitely be a combo of silt fence and wattles or straw bales. in that area, no matter what you do, if there's going to be a slope like that. But you need a little bit of room for the sediment to settle out and slow down and have an area to congregate at the bottom of the slope. If you put the silt fence immediately at the bottom of the slope, there's going to be a lot of sediment going down the hill and hitting that silt fence immediately, where really it just needs a little room to settle out and slow down and build up. So when you have that right at the bottom of the hill, the silt fence tends to fail and get blown over by sediment. And we're very close to the BVW. You get a big storm, it's almost guaranteed to happen with the sediment coming down the hill with a slope like that. You could try to condition it if you want with erosion control blankets, but in general, it's a best management practice to have about 5 feet of separation between the bottom of the slope and your sedimentation control. So those two things, there's still a lot of disturbance very close to the wetland for quite a long way. And where is the placement of the silt fence going to be? Okay, thank you.
If I could then, I'm leaving in about 5 minutes, so I guess we're going to have another continuance because I have to go meet some consultants and engineers and owners to run another meeting in Worcester at their office. But what I will say about that slope, that's an altered slope to begin with, and we did go with a 12-inch wattle in that area and an entrenched silt fence. Where in other areas we went with the 8-inch. So yes, it would be, because that is an altered slope. That was part of push before. That's why it was already steep in that location. And it is exotic invasives in here, multiflora rose, Tartarian, Oriental, and our proposal is to remove all that material along all of our wetland lines. And it will be our charge, along with the jute netting on that slope, with the other erosion controls at the toe of the slope, that it is our job to ensure that we don't have overland flow while that slope is stabilizing, while we're building that basin at the top. Once the basin is completed, the only rain that'll go on that slope would be the rain that directly hits the slope and not overland. And while we're building that slope, we would not have, sure, first off, all basins will be built first before anything else is done on the site. So all our runoff water can go to basins. So that means that slope below it will be built. Basin's going to be built at the same time. Obviously, erosion controls are going to go in first, and they will be stronger than put in by S&M Farms, obviously, because that's the best company around that entrenches things. And we just had them put in some Friday and constantly just using that better company. But we would use jute netting on it also. And that would go the same with basin number 1 and basin number 3.
Glenn, can I just ask this? That row of cars that's right at the top of that slope, is it possible to rejig that line of cars into somewhere else, spread them out within the
No, I don't think,
within the design?
no, not at the,
And
no,
pull that back?
no.
I mean, no,
No,
it's
nothing,
not.
no, this is where we are with the plan. We're ready to go with it.
Okay, one more comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
Okay. Regarding the snow storage, I think one of the things that I see here is you get the snow storage area.
yeah.
We're ready. I'm ready to, I have to go, and we'll let the commission make their decision. I appreciate your time.
Yep.
Whatever that decision might be. Thank you.
All right, Glenn, do you want to?
I gotta go. I got a meeting right now and I have to go to it.
I think he
Okay.
wants a continuance.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Would you want to continue it?
Sure, if the commission still has more questions, we'll continue to your very next meeting and I'll make sure that I don't have to leave.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to continue.
Yeah, I would, yeah, can we? All right, so we've got a motion to continue. We have Brandon mid-sentence. Can we at least let Brandon finish his sentence and then let's move this to the next agenda.
Okay, it had to do with the snow storage. You know, I'm looking at this and just from a practical standpoint, I mean, if you have this row of cars here in the wintertime, how is the snow going to get to that area? You know, how are you going to push the snow around all those cars and get it into that spot? As well as the, you know, other areas on site. You know, where is the snow going? Is it gonna get pushed into the wetland or into the detention basin? Because, you know, I see someone coming in with a plow trying to plow the rows. Which direction are they going to be coming from? They're going to be coming from the road down the hill and pushing the snow towards that detention basin number 3. Or they're going to be pushing the snow on the right side. That one makes a little more sense because it's down. See, in the middle, Mary, that's section with the 10-foot slope. Yeah, right there. The snow storage area is on the right-hand side.
Oh yeah, I can't even, oh, there I see it.
Oh,
You can
yeah.
see it.
That's one area. It's basically all around that area. So that one makes more sense. But you know, I'm looking at the area down in the south, and I'm wondering logistically in the wintertime, if you have a lot full of cars like this, how are you going to possibly get it up to that area? And I see somebody coming in and pushing it right into that sediment 4 bay or into the basin number 3.
Well, and this one's pretty close to the wetland too.
That's the other thing too.
Yeah.
And I don't, I mean, back to the point that we talked about earlier, which we can discuss with Glenn. I know he was pressed for time, obviously, but.
Right, it says T-base finish. Is it going to be paved or is it going to be recycled asphalt? Because you got to think about what the plow is going to be pushing.
Yeah. I believe this was.
That's the recycled asphalt.
Oh, that is, okay.
Right, so if you're pushing recycled asphalt, which is going to, you know, there's going to be bits and pieces of it coming up. Just an observation.
Well, in this whole area here, they're paving it just so they can store snow. That doesn't seem like so close to the wetland. You may want to just not pave that section. I don't know, leave it, put the snow storage somewhere else. Of course, they'd have to get rid of parking spots, which they don't want to, but.
And I know that they've already lost them. What's the setback in the front? I mean, I don't understand why they use that line of cars and pull that slope back that Brandon talked about.
It's really steep here.
Move that line of cars. I mean, they're tearing up the entire site anyway, so.
That's true, yeah.
If that's not a jurisdictional wetland, then, you know, I mean, one line of cars along there would take care of, you know, maybe moving the line of cars that's to the south and have, you know, plow it into, you know, a plow could move things into that section that's not near a wetland. And then, you know, I'm not very comfortable with the toe of that slope going so close to, you know, that area there. And I mean, it is previously disturbed, but it's.
They could plant it more. They could just put more plantings in and keep the slope further back. It would protect the wetland more.
Can I ask what's probably a very pedestrian question? What is the grass swale for above that slope?
Well, why don't we give Chuck a moment to comment if he would like, to help educate the board, and then we've got some questions. We'll bring them to Glenn next meeting.
Sure. So, just real quick, I had the letter pretty much put together, but by the time I finalized it, it was about 5 o'clock tonight, and I didn't want to send it out that soon before the meeting. Essentially, our previous comments were addressed with the one really big one in that they did not provide any infiltration testing. And with the new design that they have here, they don't have any test pits within basin number 3. So they're going to have to do some more testing on site. And they're going to have to make sure that, especially with basin number 1, that basin is very deep. There's a lot of cut there. So they're going to have to make sure that they do the test pits at the proper depth. So you had some other questions about the grass swale and that sort of thing?
Yeah,
Michelle.
I'm just curious about it because it seems like, well, I don't know what it's for. Why do you have a grass swale and then that 10-foot drop that they're going to plant? I don't get the swale, because I would plow down the swale if I was in the plow.
Well, the grass swale is basically a conveyance system that goes to that catch basin 1A.
So this grass swale connects to this catch basin, this grass swale here,
Connects to which catch basin, Mary?
that one here, this basin 1.
No, there's a catch basin at the end of the swale on the south side.
Oh, just this here.
Right.
Okay.
That's very small. I didn't even see
Let's
it.
see if I can zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, and then it ends up discharging to the forebay on the stormwater basin 3.
All right, so there's a catch basin here that dumps into here.
Well, it goes into the forebay, but yes,
Oh, the forebay over here.
yes, it's the orange line. That's the pipe.
Oh, tricky.
Okay.
I'm glad I asked.
Did that clarify your question? Okay.
I have some insight on the soil testing.
Okay.
I was present for the original holes that were dug, and on stormwater basin 1, Chuck's right. There is a lot of fill material, and we actually went down the hill to the point where we could find a spot without any fill. It was just native soil. I forget what the water table was, but it was below the native ground surface. So I have a feeling that stormwater basin 1, unless they cut down into the native ground, they're going to be above the groundwater level. But that whole stormwater basin 1 is just one giant pile of fill that was put there probably decades ago. And I was around for the holes in stormwater basin 3, but Chuck's right. Now that they repositioned it, the test holes are not in the basin proper. I do know that it goes uphill. It's probably going to be the same or slightly better results, but if you go by the letter of the law, yeah, they should probably do that.
Brandon, do you offhand, the test pit logs said that they went about like 9 feet deep in basin number 1, but they've got, roughly like 20 feet of cut there.
I don't know if they hit the bottom of the fill on stormwater 1. I have the logs here, 0 to 98 inches and 0 to 106 inches. So we're talking 8 to 9 feet fill material. And then we have this SW1 -C. Where is that one? 1-C.
It's to the north of the other 2.
Really?
Oh, this one here?
Yep.
I thought that 1-C was the test hole that didn't have any fill material. That actually doesn't now that you mention it, it doesn't really make sense because the one that didn't have any fill material was further down slope from the ones that they did in that fill pile. Yeah, maybe that's something to ask a question about.
Okay.
Yeah. But we, on 1C, there was in native material, there was about 2.5 feet was a seasonal high water table below native ground. And if they do more test holes, I would like to be there when they do it.
Out of curiosity, is this neighborhood connected to town water or are they on well?
I thought it was town water.
Okay.
We're on town water. This is Michelle.
Hi, Michelle. Okay. All right, so Mary, I guess, you know, obviously you're gonna have to get the continuance form over to Glenn or stop in and sign it or what have you. So obviously we've got test holes that need to be done. Concerns of the snow, where the snow is going and, you know, what the process is with the cars. And obviously seeing how it's recycled asphalt, it can carry pieces. Not sure if, you know, what can be done about that. And then also, you know, I'd still like to, you know, ask him and find out if that row of cars could be moved towards the front of the property and bring that steep slope that's very close to the wetland back. Yeah.
Joey, do you want to let the neighbor comment at this time, or maybe?
Michelle, if you've got, you know, I know you're a professional in this field. Do you have any questions for Mr. Kravosky?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thanks for the opportunity to comment. I haven't had a chance to fully review all the revisions that got sent over yet. I apologize, but in reviewing what I've looked at so far, I definitely share your concern in terms of the grading, which does involve quite a bit of fill that's located near the wetland in that 25-foot buffer that you have as an offset. I think there's easy ways to move those spaces elsewhere on site without being in the buffer. And I know that maybe that's not the preference to redesign, but it seems like there are opportunities to do that. My main question at this point is about the status of other approvals. So my understanding that they have to go in front of either the planning board or the zoning board for a special permit. And I'm just curious if that's necessary for the use specifically, if they've gone through that process, and if there's an opportunity for the commission to provide input at that forum in terms of environmental impacts, since that is one of the criteria for a special permit. And then I again show the concern with respect to the test pits. I thought that had been addressed, but with the basin that has been relocated out of the 50 and also out of your 25, so that information should be provided. There's one thing that's just kind of odd, that the way that they've configured this, and I think it's maybe an intention to try to feed the wetland with water, the way they've eliminated some of the curbing so that, you know, you get a little bit of flow coming down some of these areas in smaller rain events. But it seems like there's all of this impervious area and they have their treatment trains set up. But I just wonder if in some of these areas where you don't have curbing and not everything is going to make it to a basin or may have overland flow, if there's really appropriate measures for pollutant removal, including the use of this T-based surface. I'm not really familiar with that treatment. We usually require in the communities that I've worked in, and for plans for similar types of uses, we usually see them pave it. So I understand it's a cost saving measure to use T-base because it's a little bit cheaper. But I don't see if there's an advantage from an environmental standpoint to make sure that it is actually paved. It also helps prevent migration of pollutants. I would think that there may be an opportunity to either require that as a condition of a special permit through that other board, if that approval was sought before coming in front of the Conservation Commission or in tandem with, versus having that be required of another board or commission and then needing to come back to the Conservation Commission to rectify the plans for any of those changes that might happen subsequent to the commission reviewing. So I guess that would just be a concern that I have, is that they go to another board or commission and their material changes to the plan, they're right back in front of you for an amendment. So why aren't they doing that process in tandem?
Absolutely. And unfortunately, sometimes this does happen in our community. Things sometimes tend to get thrown at us first, and then they move through the other boards, which does make it difficult, because I wonder how many changes have been made and they actually do come back to us. So now probably Mary, do you have any status on that, or?
Well, Kelly may know better than I do, but they have not applied yet at all for anything, I don't believe, from the planning board. And I know in other towns, often these projects do run in tandem.
Yeah.
I know it is the opinion of the planner here that we can't require an applicant to do that. Although I do know it is a practice in other towns, so.
Well, Mary, we've had the discussion before where, when the project comes in, a decision should be made at that point with all the, between you and Ann and maybe Chuck and Ted. All right, this is going to require a special permit. Why don't we have planning look at it first? And then, and it goes to, there needs to be a flow, proper flow of how things go. I mean, sometimes the in tandem, it can work, but, this is something that's, since I've been on the board, it has bothered me, that conservation is the first stop. And I work with a lot of communities where conservation is actually the last stop.
It is true. And Mr. Chairman, I think it's good that Chuck is looking at this, but I don't know if Chuck is necessarily looking at it from a planning and zoning perspective either, which may change the design as well. So I guess that's the question for Chuck.
Sure. So, I mean, typically these projects do kind of go in tandem in town, and I'm kind of surprised that they haven't done that with this, so that they can get the planning, at least the preliminary planning comments, so that they really kind of have their design nailed down from both the planning board and the Conservation Commission. I don't know why they're not doing that in this case. But for the Conservation Commission, I'm just looking at, stormwater and what is going to impact the wetland, so that, you folks can make your decision. I can't really make planning and zoning comments.
Of course.
Because that's not really part of your decision. So that's kind of where we're at. I am surprised that they haven't submitted to planning yet.
So through you, Mr. Chair, this is Michelle Smith again. I think the commission does have the authority to specifically say that it's not properly in front of the commission until they've filed and submitted all other obtainable permits, which variances and special permits qualify as. And that's right in the state regulations. So you could fall back on that if that's something that you had wanted to see, or I would suggest that maybe you explore if that's something you could use to encourage them to perhaps proceed with that. I know that not everyone wants to take advice, or perhaps they're specifically seeking permits for one reason or another. But I think it is something that, if it could shape the project in a different way to have a better outcome, environmentally speaking,
Oh, yeah,
that it may be
absolutely.
advantageous to the developer as well as the commission to not have to, you know, modify your order in the future or otherwise. But so I'm just curious about that because I have lots of comments that are related to that, not as many that are related beyond what I've already submitted, unless I find more things during a subsequent review. But I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I think the other thing that I would just add, if you'll indulge me for another moment, is,
Sure.
and I think Mr. Krawowski specifically identified that this would actually be necessary in discussing the need for specific phasing and sequencing as it relates to the construction of that slope, in particular that's located nearest to the wetland in that buffer area where there's those replanting area proposed. I would say that, you know, he identified that as needing specific sequencing. I don't know that that sequencing is provided on the plans, but this is a lot of area to not have any sort of phasing or plan to sub out portions of the project. So I just also don't know why they haven't considered, you know, taking that and breaking it up into smaller, more manageable pieces. You know, construction of the basin is going to happen first. What's the contributing area? What are they doing for temporary sediment basins? How's the temporary management of all of this acres of sediment going to be managed? By one silt fence? Probably not. You know, taking into that account, they've got this driveway. The driveway that they've got that's located near Town Forest Road, it's a pretty steep hill. You know, they're proposing to pave that, extend that area. That entire area is going to be disturbed. That's all going to sheet flow down and towards the wetlands. So taking into consideration that like runoff and how they're going to manage that, I think is also important. And I just haven't seen any thought given to that temporary management of stormwater and how they're going to try to settle out pollutants, including sediment during the construction period. You know, they're relying on just a perimeter control, and that doesn't seem adequate to me in my experience with construction sites of this size. But that would be the only other thing I would add.
There are like 2 pages of notes on the cementation, erosion control, and general construction of the project. So maybe, Michelle, maybe take a look at that when you have a chance to review the project materials a little bit more.
And another reason to ask for a copy of the stormwater pollution prevention plan, and perhaps even the inspection logs on a regular interval.
Yeah. Michelle, backing up just a little bit as far as when we were talking about the project running either concurrently or in a different direction, you don't happen to know the chapter and the verse of that with the special permits?
I did put it in the comments that I sent to the commission, so it's in one of the bullets there.
Okay.
I don't actually have it up in front of me, but it's in 310 CMR.
I will take a look at that. Thank you, Mayor. It might be something we want to talk about.
Excuse me, I know this is all important and it certainly should be discussed at some time, but we're getting a little behind on the agenda here. Can we go back to, I think we're going to vote on continuing this till the next meeting.
Yep, and we're actually just about right on time. Thank you for that, Dan. All right, so we had, all right, so we've compiled questions. We've got some input for Glenn. Why don't we, I don't know, obviously, which way Glenn's going to go with this and whether he wants to be on the next. But I would probably consider a motion without a date until, you know, he can gather what he needs to gather together. Fred, do you still want to continue on as being a first motion?
Hang on. Had to find where the mute key, unmute key wandered to. It goes all over my screen.
Yeah,
Anyway, yes, I will still stay as the first.
okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, Michelle seconds to continue 61, 67, 69 Cobworth Road. to a future date to be provided by the applicant, Glenn.
All right, Dan,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Joey.
Yes. All right, Chuck, thank you for your input on that one. And we're not done with you yet. So next up, LKQ Auto Parts, 4 Old Douglas Road, improving storm water infrastructure. This was a continued item from last time, and Brandon's still on the line, Chuck's still on the line. I see Greg. How you doing, Greg?
Great. How are you guys doing tonight?
Wonderful. And then I believe we got Daryl. And all right, Daryl's here. And who else is here? Anyone else? LKQ?
Believe we also have one of their assistant site manager, Mark Woodcock, on the line.
Oh, yeah, I see Mark. I don't, it says his audio is connecting. So,
Yeah.
Mark, if you need to, I probably would suggest you call in. I want to make comments. All right, so do you want to take us through where we're at now as far as from last meeting?
Sure thing. Yeah. So at the last meeting, I had submitted some revised design plans that just kind of laid out our our revised design intent with the drainage channels leading to the deep sump catch basins, which lead to a hydrodynamic separator. So in the meantime, and then before I get into this revised plan, and then we also, Joey, yourself, and another commissioner had suggested some design changes. So we've changed the riprap that was proposed at both of the plunge pools for the outlet protection. We've changed that over to use a turf reinforcement matting, appropriately rated for the design velocities coming out of our stormwater system, as well as we've incorporated a GeoGrid paver system that will reinforce the stone being used in the ford. We've selected the product is specifically called a TrueGrid Pro Plus geocell. So it's like it's about 2 inches tall, and it comes in 2x2 grids. It actually comes in 4x4 grids, but they can be broken down into 2x2 pieces to kind of fit around the edges there, and so that will line that whole system. And we've also, the one thing that's shown on this plan that we are thinking of revising a little is the storm scepter unit is as shown on this plan. I believe this is, Mary, is this our most recent submission plan? This is the one that doesn't.
Yeah, I think this one was dated 9/18, so it was just before the last meeting.
Yeah, I had submitted something in the meantime, and I had gotten comments back from Chuck earlier today on those revised plans. I think it's right up there, that second link on your screen there. There you go. Yeah, that looks better. I wasn't seeing the PE stamp on those other ones.
Okay.
So where I was going was on that previous plan, it showed a storm scepter unit. So this plan I ran through, I think I described last time, Contact has, an online design tool. And so that online design tool was giving me, a specific product result, which was, I believe, a CDS 2020-5 unit, which is about a 5-foot manhole diameter with the, the proprietary technology inside the guts of that manhole unit. And so since the last meeting, I've had some conversations with Contact and with their design specialists, and they've actually recommended a little bit of an upgraded unit. So we're thinking we'll proceed with the upgraded unit, and obviously, we would provide the commission with all these, with updated plans and updated details to show that. But it's, the design intent is the same. It's just swapping out this unit that we're proposing here for a larger unit that will provide more, have more sediment storage and provide more treatment. The other thing that Contact has was pleasantly surprised at was that there are our drainage channels in our deep sub catch basins. They felt that that was, you know, a little bit of an over design. They felt that, you know, those upstream, you know, BMPs that we're proposing will only help to remove more sediment. And they think that the 80% TSS removal that was with that CDS 2020-5 unit would be a conservative estimate when you combine it with the upstream treatments. So that's kind of where we're at. It sounds like Chuck has had a chance to look at those revised changes. I've received a letter from Chuck, like I said, before the meeting. It sounds like you know, that main first comment about, you know, the design system has been satisfied. You know, there's some other things in there that obviously we can take care of and get the full documentation over. But, you know, in the meantime there, with this 8/28 submission, I resubmitted an entire NOI package of a revised stormwater report and just followed through on all those revisions that we discussed at the last meeting.
Okay. So now we're looking at this new plan. Take me, you know, I'm seeing these, the lines that have the little arrow. It's almost like a little triangle rather on that.
Yep.
So is this an area that you're doing the geohex in?
No, those lines, so this is just a proposed watershed map. So those lines, what you're looking at are time of concentration flow paths. So those are just the flow paths that we've used to estimate the time of concentration values in our stormwater modeling for each of those individual areas. The proposed design, you can see a little better on the S1 and S1A sheets. I think it's just the next sheet down.
All right, because I hadn't seen that before. I was a little bit.
Yeah, I think, well, now we've gone back one submission, I think. Here, because this is still showing the trench drains. Let me just go verify the date of that PDF file for you, Mary.
This one here says, Mary, if you look at the top, it says 2020-08-28, so this must be an old one.
Yeah, we should have 09-28 was my more recent submission there. Yeah, so I guess that was the 08. Yeah, there's one that sent around. Let's see, when did I send the link over? Yeah, those are all the 08-28.
Was it Thursday or Friday, maybe?
I'm going back and looking now.
Let me check my email. It's possible it's there.
Chuck, while we're looking for that particular map, drawing and what have you, why don't we, because you got your comments out today, so just in case the board hasn't had a chance to, you know, review any of them, can you just give some insight as to what you're seeing and improvement is improved design, you know, anything like that would be helpful.
Sure. Yeah, no, I think this is a much improved design. I think it's going to be much easier to maintain. You know, all of our previous comments were addressed. The remaining comments are really, you know, Greg should provide the board with a stamped set of the drainage calculations. I know the NOI is stamped, but the drainage calculations within that are not stamped. And then
can I just ask you a quick question on that regards with the stamp? So would you like to see a stamp on the cover of the stormwater report?
Yes, please.
Okay. because what we've done in the original NOI submission that we didn't see any comments on was we throw a, paste and stamp in the stormwater checklist that's included in the stormwater report, but that's an easy enough change to just add it to the cover as well. Thanks.
Sure.
Sorry for the
Yeah.
interruption.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so then it like if that gets separated from the drainage report, you have kind of like a standalone drainage report that's certified. So the only other kind of outstanding item would be, the sizing of the hydrodynamic separator, and I'm not crazy about the way Contact sizes those, and I do agree with Greg in that I think it does need to be a larger size based on the documented flows that these type of units treat. But that sounds like something that Greg and I can work out, and if the commission is good with the design with the 2 outlets, then I think we're on the right track. Did you guys have any other questions or anything?
I don't have any particular questions. We just obviously want to make sure that it's designed properly. Obviously, we've got several professionals working in that capacity. Brandon, did you have anything as far as concerns of discharge or the wetland replication process?
I really don't have anything new, Mr. Chairman. My understanding is that the wetland restoration area is still going to be a bucket brigade, right? I mean, nothing's really changed with that. Okay. So, all my other concerns really had to do with water quality issues and the EPA, action, which LKQ isn't really willing to discuss. But one thing I can recommend is to make the long-term operations and maintenance plan associated with the stormwater report a special condition in perpetuity. That would help things. Other than that, nothing much has changed from my first set of comments.
I think that's a good idea. Mary, if you could hopefully make note on that.
Yeah, I think that's noted right in Brandon's right up there in those comments.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have anything else on design concern? Anything further with this upgrade for LKQ?
I'm good at this time.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'm good.
Okay. Are we ready to move forward with this? All right. Well, I will. Is there any abutters for this project? All right. Then shall we make a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make the motion to close the public hearing tonight on LKQ Auto Parts.
Okay. Do we have a second on that?
I second it.
7 seconds.
All right, Dan,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Joey.
Yes. Can we make a motion of approval or denial? To issue the order of conditions, rather.
I'll make the motion to approve and issue the order of conditions.
Okay, we've got one. Do we have a second on that?
I second it.
Okay. So that's-
Dan. Dan,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Joey,
Yes. Unanimous. All right. So, all right, so we will, has a DEP number been assigned yet, Mary?
yes, I believe so. Yep,
Yeah, I believe it has as well.
a while back.
Okay.
Do you like that, Mary, that number for your notes, Mary?
I'm sure I have it.
Okay. I
Um,
wasn't sure if you wanted it for the meeting notes or whatever.
obviously, Mary will get you guys special order of conditions with your order of conditions. Have special order of conditions in it, and she will be in touch with you on that. And then before any work happens on the actual property or with the restoration, please reach out to Mary. She obviously needs to do a site visit to cover preparation. And if there are any other questions, please reach out to us. And I appreciate everyone's time on this, and we appreciate you guys taking a look at this matter and addressing it.
Thank you all.
All right.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thanks. Have a good night.
You too.
All right, so it looks like we have 37 Wakefield. All right, so that's continued to October 22nd. So can we just need a motion to continue 37 Wakefield to October 22nd, please.
I motion we continue Wakefield to October 22nd.
A second.
All right.
Dan,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Joey.
Yes.
Hey Chuck, I don't think we need you for anything else.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just gonna ask. I didn't want to interrupt the motion here.
Nope. Chuck, thank you so much for all that you do for the community and
Oh.
making sure that these are designed as best they can, and we appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome. All right, you guys have a good night.
All right, thank you.
Take care. Bye.
All right, you too. Bye-bye. All right, 17A, Lakeview Road, going to be continued to April 5th of 2021. Need a motion for continuance on that, please.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
All right, Dan,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Joey.
Yes. All right, and before we get, actually, is it here for 23 Claybert Ave?
Joey, I know we have some of the abutters here, actually. I'm not sure if Antoni is here. And so I don't know whether you want to open it to a butter comment or not.
Yeah, we can open it up to a butter. Do we want to, I mean, we already had a conversation with Antonia. You know, I mean, we can move through the process if you want, but I can update the board that Dan and I went there on Saturday. We did look at the paving that she had done in the back. Trees that State Lead removed have been, we could see the left there. The pavement that extends out probably about, I'd say maybe 7 or 8 feet to give her additional parking room. towards the wetland that is in the back of the property. Yeah, you can see it there. The wetland, there's a small bird bath, there's a small bird bath right in the middle, Mary. Just beyond that bird bath, probably about another 10 feet would be the wetland edge, based on the vegetation I could see there. We did talk with her about in the back here, she's going to need to begin. The first step would be to start the process of raking this up and cleaning it up. She's not planning, obviously, on doing any more, any other work. There is sort of a natural line of trees now that run with the property along the wetland area. As you can see in the background, there is significant invasives, particularly on the left of where the bird bath is. Dan and I talked with her about the invasives that are in there. There's another tree just on that, and below it you can see knotweed, you can see Japanese barberry, and I believe I identified a third species that is in there. So we did tell her that she could pull that stuff out, but not go further than the tree that is, it's sort of in the, on the left there. You can see some, looks like some white flowering asters at the bottom there. No, it's actually further towards the driveway. Yeah, right there.
Another picture.
Yeah, so there's that tree. They're all in a row there. So she wants to, she's going to rake that all out. She's going to level it out. Given the proximity of the end of the driveway towards the wetland, there is plenty of opportunity for water, any kind of runoff to get back into either into the ground or into the edge of the wetland. We did make note, the property, that when you're facing our house from the street on the right-hand side, you can see sort of a canoe in the background there. At some point, that property went through a little bit of clearing and put in a garden, but they have some nice little trees there and shrubs. We recommended that she put some shrubs in on the bottom. I don't recommend trees here. There are plenty of trees. They'll only end up getting all caught up in what's been left there. On the right side there, where she took up what used to be lawn, or excuse me, right next to that shed there, and there's a fence that didn't seem to pose any kind of an issue there either. I mean, it was a pretty good discussion with her at that much of her property based on the wetland buffer zone. She needs to come before us on anything in the future. She was not obviously as shooken up as she was in the last call. But I grew up not far from here. I am familiar with that wetland system behind there. That actually used to be a pretty good pond. I actually used to skate on it when I was a kid. But it's mostly turned into a bog now. So, Dan, do you have any input from discussion and observations?
No, I just say that, well, the bottom line is that that messy piles of dirt and roots that were accumulated there when they did the paving. She's going to clean that all up, level off that little bit of land back there, and plant some shrubs and things to make it look much better. She understands that she needs to not do that again and talk to us next time, but she was very cooperative, and she was very willing to do what she needed to do. And I think once she gets the kind of crappy stuff cleaned up and everything made to look nice, that'll be the end of the problem.
Yeah, you know, she's a new resident to town. I don't know if she's owned property before, but it seemed like she needed some education. So we definitely did our job on that one, and you know, we'll just need to, as far as conditions, she needs to, she'll need to do some plantings of some native flowers. You know, I would probably recommend some shrubs, native shrubs. She doesn't need any kind of berm or anything like that, but once it's all, you know, it's all torn up right now. Stumps are obviously going to stay. One of them looks like it may have been, I don't know if it was from the equipment that did the driveway, but I don't think they'll be able to get that particular biggest stump out. Unfortunately,
There were 2 or 3 stumps that were visible. There might have been more that were buried under the and stuff there, but those, whatever stumps are there, are going to stay.
The largest one that came down, I'll let you know, it was kind of sad because there was one little shoot coming off of it, was an elm tree, very large, fairly large elm. As folks know, the elms have suffered significantly since the 20s with Dutch elm disease. So this one happened to get by, and unfortunately ended up getting the axe. So, commissioners, any questions, any input? I'm comfortable with the conversation that we had with her, and I told her to reach out to us. If she has any questions, we're more than happy to stop by, you know, help her out with anything. So, all right. So if there's no questions from any of the commissioners, then why don't I open up to the public? Do we have any abutters here?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Okay. And can I ask who's the abutter?
I'm Carol at 21.
Oh, Carol, how are you?
And hi, Joey. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. All right. So, do you have a question? Do you have a concern, Carol?
My question regards the property lines. Was there any survey work done to be certain that the work that was done is within the property lines? Just curious.
As far as I am aware, there was not any survey done. If you probably question the validity of the property line, I mean, she bought the house not too long ago, I believe she mentioned. So I would assume that, you know, the property was where the pins are were checked, but do you have concerns as to possibly she had been moved over?
Oh, definitely. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. If you look at the the aerial view there, the red box, you can see my property line actually goes over the far corner of their driveway, and she
Yeah.
actually extended beyond that area. Mhm. And so she's extended into property that I don't believe is her own towards the wetlands either.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the problem with our image that we're looking at here is, I mean, the property lines are only so accurate. Like, as you can see here, it's hitting the house there. So I imagine the whole property line really is a little bit to the left. You move that whole box over, but it still does look like, with even moving it, that rear boundary, the end of the pavement might have been the property line, and she may have extended beyond that. It does seem like if there is another neighbor nearby that had concerns, it does seem like a survey should be done, or potentially.
And I have actually had surveyed, so I do know where my pin lies, and I do believe she's paved over it.
Okay.
Okay. Mary, we're gonna have to let her know that.
Yeah.
And in the back, or towards the back, if she is gone over, it looks like that might be what is that, I'm not exactly sure.
That's this lot here.
Well, I can see who owns that. But I mean, seeing how Carol has a concern of the survey, and the pin may have been on, we had a conversation with her, Carol, that she had a tree company come here, and they disregarded the fact that she's in a wetland area. Mary stopped them. They were supposed to come to Mary, supposed to come to us, and so we could talk to them. They never got in touch with us. And then I don't think she hired to do this grading and paving in the back there. We can probably find out the name there, and we'd want to, you definitely want to find out, did you look for the pin? And so.
Right.
Yeah, in looking at this picture that's up on the screen right now, there's some, once you've been over there, there's some obvious issues with this property line as it's drawn on this map. For instance, the right-hand side is well over into the neighbor's yard. And as you could see in that picture there, on the right-hand side of number 23, there's a fence between their property and number 27. And it's not where that red line is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fence is off, and it was Seal Coating Limited that did the paving work.
It was, I'm sorry, what was it, Carol?
Seal Coating Limited.
Okay.
And I have actually done survey work, so it would be very easy to ascertain where the boundary lines were. They were the original pins from the house from 21, so.
Okay.
They were original, easy for her to locate.
All right. So property line disputes, we do not, obviously we can't do, obviously be the arbitrator on that, but if she is over on, obviously you're, I mean, she more than likely is. I mean, we really couldn't do that side over there, Dan, because she had a van park, I think.
Right in that northwest corner of the pavement.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's fully on my property.
Okay. Mary, how can we get, how should we have Carol do that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to bring up a different map, which might show it a little better.
This is notified of requiring wetland permission prior to the tree removal, and she stated to me that, or rather, I beg your pardon, it was actually her sister that stated to me that she had already sawed it and gotten approval.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what she told us too. She's like, I paid these people to do the job, and I thought that they got the approvals, and clearly they didn't. And you know, I mean, it was yeah, she didn't quite. I don't think she quite got it, but she definitely gets it now. And I actually specifically told her, I'm like, unless you tell a contractor to file for you, they will not do it. They're just coming to do the work. So you can't do that in the future.
There's other issues here too, where part of it depends on how long was she added on to the pavement in the back, but part of the issue is how long has that original pavement been there? I mean, there's when somebody puts something on somebody else's property and a long time goes by and it's not contested, then you have another issue. So I think trying to straighten this out is beyond our purview.
Oh, absolutely. The extension is the concern.
So this is Laura from across the street, 20, but I'm also representing some of our older abutters as well that are in some of the other houses on Carol's side of the street.
Mm-hmm.
Regards to the over the property line, we had questions and concerns about, did the pavement go into any of the wetlands, even if it is over on the wetlands on somebody else's property?
Right.
I know I personally had concerns when those very, very large trees came down, and I was concerned about you know, the runoff and the wetlands and the habitat with removing the large trees. So that's where my first concerns were, and so I would be questioning the validity of, you know, taking those trees down and what besides the shrubs would have to be put back. I know
There's plenty of canopy left there. I mean, it was more than likely mostly shade back there before, but now with the way that it's been paved, to tear that up, you know, I mean, if we were to ask her to tear that up, you know, it would be more of a disturbance than anything. So based on my knowledge of you know, wetlands and the vegetation, I'm probably going to say that where the edge of the new pavement is to the edge of the wetland is probably, I'm going to go with about maybe, what, Dan, 15 or 20 feet?
That sounds about right.
So see, this van was parked there, Carol, so now was your pin, you think could your pin be underneath the van?
It's very likely underneath it or right behind it. And
Okay.
I've actually had wetland survey done as well. And I
Okay.
think wetlands comes up significantly closer than you think, but it is seasonal.
Yeah, no, that does, it gets, you know, it gets high, it gets low, and, you know, obviously under Army Corps, you gotta have both, you know, hydric soils and the vegetation, so, but just on my guesstimate from what I could see with the vegetation, and the ferns and so forth, you know, I mean, it could definitely be closer. I mean, it is an old system that really runs all the way down towards Bartlett. So, but as far as answering your question, Laura, I do agree with you on the trees being removed. The commission does not like to see trees removed, and she should have sought a permit on that, and then she should have sought a permit on this. So,
I know it was too late, but I did call the town as because I work from home and I'm looking and I'm like, oh, they're cutting down those big trees back there. And so I called right away, but you know, with COVID, people aren't in the office right away. But at that
Absolutely.
point, it was almost too late.
Yeah. No, Mary did get out there and did talk to them, but they just never had gotten back in touch with us. That company is on our list of companies that we're trying to grab and say, hey, you know, in the future when you're doing projects, you know, you got to make sure that it's a permitted project, because it's a finable offense for them to continue knowing that there is a wetland nearby.
Do you think there was any risk of losing any habitat back there from those? I mean, they were huge. They were bigger than the houses.
I mean, the only real habitat you would have lost would have been roosting for any kind of bird. You know, I mean, you know, all trees have an ecological function, you know, both for air and for the ground below them. But as far as actual habitat loss, you know, if this was cleared all the way to the wetland, which I'm glad that we caught this now because that could have been the case, that would be a major disturbance. But you know, like I mentioned earlier, the largest tree, which would have the largest canopy, all it's really doing is providing shade and, you know, I mean, insects and birds would have been in it. So, as far as Carolyn. Oh, Carol's on, I think she's on the phone. Laura, did you have any other specific questions?
No, my questions were more about, you know, were those trees removed off the wetlands? And is there anything that we need to do? As I was reading about the Massachusetts regulations, they have to replace them. And I'm like, how do you replace a 100-foot tree?
Yeah, especially when they've paved. It's you know, it's a challenge. This is not the first time we've dealt with this kind of situation. You know, we often see it around the lake as people, it's a highly congested area. People are trying to get as much parking as they can and expand the driveways and so forth. So, but there is, like I mentioned, any water that's going to run off this driveway, it's going to buffer. So I'm not concerned about any degradation to the wetland itself. But we're going to have her, I told her she needs to do plantings back there. But I mean, Carol, have you made contact with her on your concern?
Yes, multiple, yep.
And has she responded?
Well, I wouldn't say very forthcoming.
Okay. All right, Mary, maybe we should probably let her know that, you know, obviously the you know, property dispute could be a not so great thing on her part. So she needs to provide, she needs to, you know, she needs to show Carol where the pin is.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Do you have a timeline on replanting some of the native vegetation? And I mean, I think that's what all of us would like to see, even the ones that
This is in notice of intent, and a notice of intent is a 3-year permit. So
even though it's done already,
I did mention to her the sooner the better. So
Joey, I do think the board could, because I mean, this is a notice of intent, but it's also a little bit of an enforcement. You could set, you know, a deadline, maybe by spring or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I would, I'd hate to, I wouldn't really recommend putting anything in now. Because, she could put something in now and it could end up being, a frost and you end up losing that vegetation. So it wouldn't be established now. It's too cold. But maybe we could give her by July 1st on this.
Are there concerns about plowing when there's not like those trees to block it and putting whatever salt and
That's something that we're gonna put into this, into her conditions of plowing. She needs to plow either out of, she needs to have it removed or it needs to go into that far corner. So, and that far corner, it's right at the neighbor's property, so they're probably not gonna be pleased. But when it comes to that, it's not that's she's got to deal with her neighbors.
all right, so it's not going to go and salt the land back there.
I mean, there'll be a bit of whatever she's used on the pavement, yeah, but it'll end up just filtering through the buffers on there.
Right, but from runoff, which is different than driving the snow back there.
Yeah.
Great.
Right. You get a significant amount of snow off the street because it's narrow.
So she's probably going to come right down with plow, Carol, and it's all going to end up in your driveway, and you're going to have to take care of it. And that's something that the commission should discuss with her. Also, Mary, with this, we can put that into the conditions.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we need to continue this one. We don't have an EP number, and she wasn't here.
Yeah, that probably is a good idea. And in the interim, we should, we should let her know that there's possibly an issue with the boundary line.
Yeah.
And she needs to address that. All right. So, Carol and Laura, thank you so much for jumping on. If there are any other questions or anything that happens to come up, we'll hopefully have her. She was supposed to be on this meeting, but hopefully she'll be at our next one, which is going to be Thursday, October 22nd. So if you want to plan for that and you want to be on here.
Are there any repercussions to, doing the work, do it and then ask for forgiveness later and then not coming to the meeting? Because I know that, I should be working right now, but I am here, so.
Unfortunately, the way that it works is, we just end up continuing it. We either make a decision and approve it without them, and they can't have any say, or we put it to the next. We just continue it to the next agenda. But in this case, with both of your concerns, I would. I don't know how the commission feels, but I would continue this to the next meeting.
I do know that my particular concerns, my neighbors that couldn't be here because they're older and sick, they did have the same concerns as I did.
Okay. They also, if I know that you're representing people, but if they're older, and they want to, if they want to write a letter, if they want to write an email, they can send that to Mary.
Oh, perfect.
And we can address that at the next meeting.
Yeah. Well, somebody got sick this afternoon, so. Yeah.
So, all right. So shall we continue this to the next agenda, commissioners? Any input?
I'll make
I
the
motion we continue to the next meeting.
I think you get first and second there, Mary.
Joey, is there any note we can give the applicant to make sure they get on the line?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to Mary about it, and we'll make sure that she's there.
And you will mention the boundary question, right?
Well, I mean, we can bring it up at the next meeting, but in essence, a boundary dispute often, Carol, you'd want to, I mean, you're pretty good and you know what it is, you've got the background in it. But I mean, you could also grab, obviously a property map from the assessor's office, but I think that she should, and Mary, when you talk to her, she needs to provide proof of where the pin is. Did not go beyond her limit. And
I can provide my plot plan if it helps for the next meeting, because I do have it.
yeah. Okay. All right, so we've got Michelle with the first, Robin with the second.
Yep.
All right, Dan,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Joey.
Yes. Continued to Thursday, October 22nd. Laura and Carol, thank you very much for joining us. I'm sorry about that, so.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we're moving along well. We continued Lakeview Road. We're now on to discussion items. Before we get to the hands, do we want to plow through these discussion items, or do we want to take a 2-minute break? All right, well, I'm going to step away for a moment. So we're going to take a 2-minute break, and then we'll get into our discussion items, and we should be done in the next 15 minutes. Okay. Do we have everybody? Michelle, Robin, Dan, Fred?
Yeah, I'm there. The seconds are coming a lot faster, huh, Joey? There's not that hesitation.
What's that? Yeah.
The seconds, we're seconding a lot faster than we were, aren't we? Aren't you happy?
I am, very much so.
Good.
I was expecting tonight to be a pretty heavy night, so I want to thank everyone for being on target with things. The next few items shouldn't, I mean, they really won't take very much time at all. So, Kelly, you still with us?
I'm still here.
Okay. And Mary, are you back? There she is. All right, so we got Fred. I see him. Dan? Mary, you're back, right? I just saw Robin.
This is the first time I did Zoom by myself. I got this computer just for you guys.
There's Michelle.
Hi, Michelle. Hey. Michelle was a great Saturday. Yeah.
She knows her stuff.
She really does. She's
We all do. We're here to help you out.
No, I'm getting it. I went home so happy that
Our site visit was perfect for a learning experience.
Right.
Good. Yeah. Very good. All right. So Dan, are you available? Are you back? Mary, are you back? Kelly, are you there?
Anyone?
Dave's here.
All right, Dave.
14 and 16 Wakefield Ave.
Oh, yep. I'm just waiting for Mary to come back.
You got it.
Oh, okay.
Mary, are you back yet?
The woman a chance instead of break.
Dan is back.
Dan is back. Good. Mrs. Lyman, are you back?
I never left.
Okay. All right, so we're just waiting for Mary.
Joey, do you know if there's a copy of the order of conditions for this one? Somewhere?
The copy that I had, I gave back to Mary in the bag.
What order of conditions are you looking for, Michelle?
They're here. I found them. Sorry.
We've got Dave here for 14 and 16 Wakefield Ave, but do we have anyone for 16 Patterson, or is that just a discussion? Was someone coming for that?
Potentially Carolyn Fritz, are you on the line?
The Corey's are on the line.
I'm sorry.
From 16 Wakefield, the Corey's are here.
Oh, okay. How are you?
Good. How's it going?
Great, great. All right, and if there's no one here for 16 Patterson, then let's jump right to 14 and 16 Wakefield Ave. Lose Mary again.
All right, so they have requested a certificate of compliance. And the order of conditions is here. What do you want to look at? 16 first?
They're both similar, whatever you guys want to do.
Let's, because we've got the residents from 16 on the line, not that it matters, but if they wanted to hear, let's talk about 16 first.
All right, well, here's the order of conditions with the special conditions, which I can read off. 20 feet from the wetlands shall be designated as a no-touch, no-change zone. No vegetation shall be touched beyond the defined limit of work. Applicant already knows about no structures, no expansions or additions to the building, no herbicides or fertilizers, all lawn trimming and leaf litter to be delivered to a compost facility. A visual designation / barrier, currently eastern white cedar, shall remain in place and no tree shall be cut down unless they are replaced with equivalent native species. The eastern white cedar shall be planted every 6 feet along the 25-foot buffer on the plan as a visual designation between the no changes area and the yard. Spill kit stockpile to be covered. Well, yeah, and the rest is just for construction.
All right, so in the conditions for in perpetuity, from my visit to look at the property, I did not see that you put in the line that we had discussed and agreed upon. Now,
The line of trees.
yeah, now I remember seeing at one point you had all the trees under the deck of 16 for quite a while.
Yeah, we met along with Mary, and you know, from the beginning, this has been kind of a you know, I don't want to call it a battle. I don't know what word it's called, but you know, we went over there. We went over the areas in which the trees would be planted, you know, and they were not in a suitable spot. For an example, on the corner of the Farr house, Mary wanted me to put a tree touching the corner of the house pretty much. And I explained to her that, you know, the homeowners aren't going to be able to move their lawnmower through it. And, you know, and then we had the trees over there and they weren't happy with the species. So, you know, we ended up not planting them. And to be honest with you, we do not plan on planting them. You know, we feel that it's not necessary, and depending on what you guys want to make for a motion is, you know, is going to be what our next step is. So, you know, we're just kind of waiting to see what you guys have for input.
Well, this was an in perpetuity condition, Dave. So it's, you know, it's a condition that when we went through the arbitration process of, you know, getting you permitted to be able to do these homes, you know, and I said it several times throughout the whole process, is you got to look at the order of conditions.
No, I look at the order conditions, and, you know, I'm representing my father, you know, and like I said, we were trying to build on this property for so long, and, you know, we had to go to multiple meetings because, you know, people didn't give us solid answers. We had to readjust our drawings. And at this point, we are honestly, we don't want to put up with this anymore, whether I have to go to DEP, you know, hire a lawyer or do whatever I want, you know, regarding that whole side of it to attack it at a different angle. You know, we don't agree with what was proposed, whether, you know, it was put in stone and filed or not. We're going to look at other options if you guys do not want to, you know, give us the certificate of compliance. Because
here's the thing, Dave.
Yeah.
That order of conditions for both properties.
Yeah.
Number one, it's recorded with DEP, so DEP is going to expect you to uphold what's in that order of conditions. as
Mhm.
based on what the commission has agreed as important features of which is part of the conditioning of the project. So, I mean, if you were to go to DEP, they're going to say, this is what the order says. You have to follow it.
Yeah, but I spoke with, I'm not going to drop any names, but I spoke with some very reputable people who are very familiar with this, and they said that we can appeal it. So I think that's
You had a 10-day period right after we gave you the order of conditions, and we let you know that. And I work with DEP in my professional realm, so I know exactly what the Wetlands Protection Act is.
Mhm.
I mean, we've been very forward and honest with you through the whole process.
Well, not until you came
We-
on. Prior to that, there wasn't anybody on the Conservation Commission who gave us any forward answers, and that's why I had to adjust my drawings so many times. They're all voluntary people on the board, and a lot of people seem to not have knowledge as to what happened. And that's why we kind of just said, okay, whatever, we just need to get this going, because it was a 1.5-year process. So, I want to have this meeting prior to moving forward with our appeal. And, I know you work for DEP and have all the insight and know everybody or whatever, but I'm going to do everything possible to make sure that these trees aren't planted, because we honestly feel that it's ridiculous, especially with the amount of trees that you guys want to planting and you not being able to give us a couple feet so the new homeowners can, go through with their lawnmower. It was absolutely ridiculous as to where the trees were going to be planted, in my opinion. So that's why, we're gonna go that route if you guys don't give us approval.
Well, I am one voice on the board, and I have to say that, I mean, we've obviously we went round and round and round with you, and I mean, if you really look at the order of conditions for the full project, I mean, it was really basic stuff that just needed to just be followed. And, the project, I mean, you got the houses in, you've got some great folks that purchased them. I mean, this is just the last piece of it.
Yeah, but like I said, the areas in which they want to be planted, it's almost like you guys don't care about the homeowners, to be completely honest with you. I asked for one tree to be moved from the corner of the house so they could get their lawnmower through it. Not only do you want them to bring their lawn clippings to the facility, you don't even want to move a tree a couple feet over because, that's what it says on the plan. Honestly, this whole process has been absolutely ridiculous. And, we could sit here and talk about it over and over again and take up everybody's time. How I feel, what we're going to do to move forward with this. So, just let me know what you want to do. If you guys don't want to approve it, we'll figure it out. And then, if we can't get an appeal, then we're going to have to do what we have to do to get a certificate of compliance. But I'm not going to back down on this.
Well, commissioners, do we have any input on this?
Yeah, I think that order of conditions was issued some time ago. There was a period of time when he could have appealed this. I mean, this drawing doesn't look any different now than it did then. So he missed that appeal period, and now he would like to not finish this job. And obviously he feels that he needs to do what he needs to do. And if that's the way he feels, that's what he should do.
Commissioners, any other comments? Mary?
No comments, unless no comments.
Do the homeowners have anything to say regarding this? Like I said, we're looking out for the homeowner. Like I said, the Conservation Commission was not reasonable with us on this project. And, we want to let the homeowners know that we're a very reputable, good general contractor, and we're not here to, screw the Conservation Commission over. We're just fed up with, their guidelines and, their lack of knowledge throughout the whole process, and us being fed up with the fact that, you know, it was just such a long process. I just want to let the homeowners know that it took us over a year and a half. It cost us a lot of money, and we just wanted to get the houses built, you know, and that's why we agreed with it. We didn't realize it was a 10-day process, but I just want to let you know that we will figure this out and we'll get the certificate of compliance because, you know, at the end of the day, we have to. But we're just going to go a different route than what the Conservation Commission, you know, it's going to take me a little bit of time to investigate it and see what we have to do. But, you know, there's nothing to worry about.
I mean, as part of the process of this, Dave, you know, I've obviously had many conversations with you through the process, and, you know, I get it. You know, it's frustrating on your end, but it's just as frustrating on our end when everything is spelled out in front of you. And
well, it wasn't for a long time.
And what the regs are in that document of orders of conditions is not followed. We have no choice but to either stop construction and you know, talk with you about that and remedy the situation and educate you, which we did several times.
Half of the Conservation Commission isn't educated. They're all voluntary. And that's before you got in here is what I'm trying to explain to you, is that we weren't provided with any knowledge. I didn't know, you know, nobody knew. I had to keep readjusting my drawing, spending all this money. It's like, I get it. You're on the board now.
I would point out that you kept bringing the same drawings in.
Yeah.
That's not
every
true.
time. I was on the entire process.
I had probably about 6 different times I had my engineer adjust the drawings, and I have the invoices and I have the drawings to show you if you'd like.
Well, I mean, that process of it, and I even looked at you and said, do you understand the reason why particularly 16 is a bit more challenging to permit than the other one? And that is because the proximity to not just necessarily wetland, but a stream that dumps right into the lake. So we had to try to work with you.
Not a stream. I think we went over that. It's not located. It's not shown on the
it's
website.
It's an intermittent stream. So it's a wetland, and we protect wetlands, and we condition these to the best of our ability. And you know, I mean, we can agree to disagree on it. And I mean, it is what it is, but from a protection regulatory standpoint, as local regulators, you know, I have to tell you that this board did the best that we could with what is presented here and proximity to the wetlands that are adjacent to your home, to the homes that you built.
I see what you're saying. Listen, I'm a hunter. I'm a big advocate for protecting wetland as well as animals. I totally agree with you. We did not really cut down that many trees. That was an empty lot that was there for a while. You know, and I guess I know what you're saying. We went back and we planted, you know, other trees in the front and the back of the house. Like I said, we're just fed up because, you know, we had someone on the Conservation Committee who was really close. We felt like we were being personally targeted, in which I still think we were, based off the regulations that were included, you know, in the requirements. And like I said, we were willing to put the trees in. We had them all there. And then when we had the meeting and we saw how you guys were not willing to work with us to try to benefit the homeowners so they could that's one thing I need to say here. We didn't have a meeting with you. I had a meeting with Mary.
Okay.
We had an on-site meeting. She was there.
Mary, you look at it as Mary's doing her job, and Mary does her job very well.
Yep.
And Mary was trying to guide you towards getting just this last piece done. And, you know,
Mary does do a very good job. She's only paid for part-time. She probably works more hours than she's paid for And I appreciate that you guys are all voluntary. However, I did not appreciate that you guys weren't having a little bit of discretion so I could move a couple trees over just so it'd be easier for the homeowners. And that's why we said, you know what, screw it. We're fed up with this. We're going to go for a different way. We're sick and tired of being targeted by the town of Webster's Conservation Commission because of, some neighbors that, went bird watching over the, went for walks back there. That's honestly how I feel. Whether you guys agree or disagree or whatever, we can sit here and argue about it all evening.
Of course.
You know what I mean?
Okay, so, any other commissioners have any other input before?
Yeah. Excuse me. Here on 16 Wakefield, I know, Joey, you came with Michelle to look at the trees that are dangerously close to the house, especially not having any knowledge of wetlands. When we first bought this house, to me, it looked awfully scary that when we first moved in, it was right after that windstorm, and we had a tree that went down already. And my confusion is we have so many trees, we have dead trees that are close, they're, to me, a little bit dangerous to my family and our pets, especially the dead trees. And my confusion is that we're being asked also to plant more trees. And when we have trees that are only 8 to 12 feet from the house, I'm confused, because I'd like to put in a fence back to keep my dogs from getting into the wetlands. And that's where, you were very helpful with when you came over and gave us some guidance on the trees that that looked like, you agree that should come down. So,
yeah, I mean, you do have a few trees there that had their root system hit during the construction phase. And they're obviously just, they're starting to die.
We had a silt fence that, outlining our whole construction, so they were not affected by any of our construction. And then that was a very good point that the homeowner made is, in the guidelines, you said no more trees are to be removed. It's like, you guys are more worried about the wetland than the safety of the people living inside the home. And it goes both ways. You do need to keep in mind that it is a wetland and it should be protected. And I agree with that 100%. But, if you got a tree that's leaning on the house and it looks like it's going to die in a few years, you got to, obviously the homeowner can go to the Conservation Commission and request to have it cut down. But you all know that that's a very long process. And especially with this whole COVID thing, I guarantee you probably take a month or two before the Conservation Commission.
That's actually not a long process. It's an emergency cert. And someone goes out, looks at it, and boom, it's done.
But based on even though it's written, even if it's written on the guidelines or whatever, it still is possible, and you can say that to the
when you've got a tree that is dead and it could cause an issue, it just is simple as what they call an emergency certification.
Yeah, if it's a safety issue, it's a different story.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that gives the homeowner a little bit of.
But I've already talked with with them about the trees. We already talked about which ones should be removed in a safe manner. Now, commissioners, the Corps would like to put a fence across the back of their yard. I mean, it's in the order of conditions as it's supposed to be a row of trees. I don't know if we are okay with 16 having a fence instead.
So, Joey, I have a question. How do we supersede our own conditions in this case? That's what you're asking.
Yeah, that's something that.
Well, I would like to note, Joey, that it actually says in the order, visual designation / barrier, currently Eastern White Cedar, shall remain in place. So maybe could be interpreted that another barrier could be used.
A barrier has been put up, yeah.
Let me ask a question, quick question. Is the only issue here the 2 trees near the corner of the house?
It was at first, but I mean, I'm sure you guys know my father. When we had Mary come out and they weren't giving us, the few trees that we were asking for, then he was just like, you know what? If they don't want to work with me, I'm just not going to work with them. We'll hire a lawyer and we'll go a different route. And that's basically how it's gone the whole time. We tried to be reasonable And then we just kind of got fed up with it and we said, okay, we'll do it. We'll do it because, you know, I feel like some of these stipulations are a little bit unnecessary.
They're
So what exactly is it that you would like us to let you do?
Get a certificate of compliance.
No, I mean, with the trees. You don't want to plant any trees, or you want?
To be honest with you, I can't say anything now because my father is so pissed off right now that he just would rather spend the money on the lawyer and spend the money and not have to plant any trees, because he just honestly feels like it's very ridiculous. And we've spoke to other people, other contractors, other people who work in the wetland industry or whatever you want to call it, and they agree. And they said that, you know, if you hired us when we first started this project, this never would have happened. But that's why I said we feel like we got taken advantage of by the Webster Conservation Commission because you know what I mean?
That's I mean, as I've mentioned before, that's not the case. And I mean,
So Worth, you were not there in the original. You came in, you know, a few months.
I was there for the permitting process right through to now. So I can remember not from the very beginning, but the most important part, which was getting you permitted. We worked with you and we gave you a permit. We could have very well just denied you and then you wouldn't have had it. But I mean, we did give you a permit, and with a permit comes, these are the conditions that you agreed.
I get it. Trust me, I get it. All I'm saying is, and I don't want to go back and forth about it anymore, we agreed on it because we just want to get the houses going, because the whole process was very stressful and lengthy, and we were being targeted by one of the neighbors who was on the conservation commission. And we, you know, we just agreed with it. But I spoke with many people, and they, you know, the stipulations that we agreed on are stipulations that they haven't seen on similar projects. So
a lot of these stipulations are actually on a lot of other projects, and the first 46 there, of that 46, half of them are actual what they call boilerplate, and they are probably the most stringent one, and that's DEP. This is a DEP. So this is the state saying you need to follow this, and then
the guidelines were made by the town.
no additional conditions are put in by the town as a further means of protection. That's how that works.
The conditions that we don't agree on are the conditions that were made by the town, not by DEP.
But during the permitting process, you agreed.
I understand, because I told you we were getting sick and tired of this taking a year and a half, and that's the only reason why we agreed with them. You know what I mean? And then we said, listen, we'll build the houses, and then we'll figure it out in the, you know, towards the end of it or in the middle of it, and that's what we're doing now. You know, so I mean, listen.
Well,
I feel like it's not constructive anymore.
I don't think we're making any progress in this
No,
conversation.
we're not. So let's do this. Harry's got a point as to the barrier. I mean, the current owners are looking for they want a fence there.
Yeah, we need to keep our dogs away from the wet.
Joey, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes.
I'm concerned about making a different order of conditions for the homeowner. I feel for them. I understand the problems. My suggestion is that we give them some kind of emergency cert for the trees that are a danger.
Yep.
Get that done and off the plate. But I'm very concerned about making other conditions when it appears that we're in the midst of a debate that could become legal.
Okay, fair point.
Yeah, at that, I would say that since he is offering to go take us to court, at this point, it would not be in the commission's best interest to do anything.
Honestly, I mean, listen, if the homeowner wants a fence and you guys want to substitute a fence for the trees, you know, trust me, I don't want to go to court. Maybe my father does, I don't. But as long as he doesn't have to plant the trees and the homeowners are happy, we get a certificate of compliance, we can work something out. You know what I mean? So it's up to you guys.
Joey.
Yep.
Is this the gentleman from a couple weeks ago who was worried about the trees on their house?
We went to their property.
All right, great. And you've agreed, And you've decided what on the trees?
Robin, we assessed the trees and we told him which ones can come down, so there's nothing to.
Okay, great. And he feels comfortable with that? He's satisfied with that? That's what I was worried about.
Mr. Cora felt
Yeah.
comfortable that day that we spoke.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
That's, okay.
Yeah, I do feel comfortable with the trees that we discussed, and the only other concern I had was getting to where I can put the fence in and keep the dogs from getting back there. I need to keep the dogs in.
I was only interested, I spoke with everybody after the meeting, that you would be, trees near your house is nothing anybody wants. As long as they've been seen and they've been evaluated and they're coming down, that's, as far as the fence part, that's another question. So I'm glad Mr. Corey, I'm glad you're getting this taken care of for your family and yourself.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Robin.
You're welcome.
So back to, I know what you're saying, Michelle. I mean, I would rather see vegetation, but, the cores, they'd like a fence. So, the idea on the trees was that it would be vegetation back there that wouldn't be so big. But it was also a visual barrier between the wetland and the yard. So, for 16, do we make the concession on a fence of which the current owner wants, and that barrier between the wetland and the home, which is what we want? Or do we just leave that alone? And because we can issue an order of conditions for one, but then there still comes 14, Dave, which
No,
needs
I would point out that the current homeowner can submit a RDA to put in the fence, which leaves it out of the whole COC issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that, okay. I mean, honestly, I think I could make some kind of deal, right? You let this homeowner put a fence in. I'll talk to the next homeowner, whether he wants to put a fence in or we plant the trees, and if you guys just give us, be reasonable with us. I understand we have to stay so far away from the wetlands. However, if we just don't want to go right up to the house, I don't see that issue on 14. Like I said, you give this homeowner now the fence. We'll talk to the other homeowner. If he wants the trees planted, we can plant the trees on 14, and then everybody's happy, and I don't have to, call around tomorrow, call DEP, all this other stuff. Trust me, I don't want to do that. I live in Webster. I grew up in Webster. We're very established in Webster. We're very well known, and we don't want to step on anybody's toes. However, when someone steps on our toes, we're willing to do anything to make sure that it doesn't happen. Because, like I said, to be honest with you, I feel like we did get our toes stepped on. We're not going to talk about it anymore. But, let's come to some kind of agreement.
Commissioners? Are we, I completely understand where we're at with this, but we want it to be a no turn zone. Fred, Dan, Michelle.
Hey, Joey.
Yes.
This is Malika for you. I know that we also spoke about planting trees when you were here as well. We're talking about smaller trees, that's not so tall and encroaching upon the house.
Yes.
And it sounded like you guys were in agreement. We talked about right. And we talked about, the cherry trees that don't have the fruit, they're fruitless, and things like that. So we're willing to do what's necessary. We're not here to cause any problems. We weren't aware about the plans, and you educated us really well. So we just want to, do what's right by the land, but also by the house. So the house does have encroachment. You witnessed that. So we just want to get that away from the house so we're safe. That's what we want. And we also want to protect the wetlands in the back because, our dogs will go in and we don't want feces there. We don't want them in there. So we're inside, contained. So, we're willing to do what the board will let us do. we're not here to cause any problems, and but we will be happy to plant some trees. I mean, along maybe the fence line, but we can't have the big tall trees because that's just so encroaching, you
Yeah, I
know.
mean,
But there's something.
Is that possible?
That's
Joe,
what,
can we have can you have the fence for their dog? I mean, I wasn't on that thing. I'm guilty as charged, what Dave is saying. I wasn't part of this 1.5 to 2 year experience, but I am listening to the homeowner. And can we do both? Can you plant the trees and make sure they have a fence for their dogs?
essentially, I mean, yeah, you could, but the trees need to follow, they should follow the line of which we had agreed upon. I mean,
All right. But could they have a fence before that? So that, I don't know.
well, I mean, that's where, I'm trying to see where the board is willing to, I mean, the Corps want a fence regardless, so they need to file, they're gonna have to file an RDA with us. So.
Can you send us a copy of that, or can you educate us on what we need to do, what that is? Is there a form?
Yes, Mary, Mary can educate, Mary can help you out with that.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I had mentioned to them, and maybe it's wisest to make an RDA to separate it, but that it could be done as a minor modification under this NOI since it was still open.
Just to the homeowner or whatever, basically what's happening here is we're trying to figure out whether we can substitute the fence for the trees. If you want the trees,
right?
You could do both. However, it's not necessary. And I'll speak to the team, see if they want to plant trees or if they want to put a fence up. Bottom line is we want to get you the certificate of compliance. You're more than welcome to reach out to me. I believe my number is definitely on our website. You probably do have my number from when we built the house and all the documentation. Like I said, I know many people, you're going to need to probably hire someone to make up a drawing for you for the fence. You have to attend all the meetings and stuff like that. And we have all the people lined up for it now. But when we started building the houses, we didn't really have that established. And that's why we're kind of having this issue right now. In my opinion, just from my knowledge, it is worth to pay somebody who does have a degree in this to kind of go through the whole thing for you. So then, stuff like this doesn't happen.
As far as what they're looking to do, Dave, it doesn't need to go that far. So, Mary,
like a hand drawing and stuff like that, and use these plans almost regarding setbacks and stuff like that.
We've got obviously the line of which we've already discussed it. Another commissioner and myself were out there. And Mary can help you out with that paperwork and, let you know what you need. But as far as going back to this situation with, the Corps are very more than willing to plant some trees. They expressed it when we were there, but they also need a fence that goes across the back, which is that limit of work, no touch line.
So what is the Conservation Commission's conclusion?
You need the trees.
Was that Michelle?
Yes.
Okay.
At least across the back where the fence is not. On the other side of the fence.
If I could make a suggestion.
Yep.
First thing we should do is, if they print off a copy of this plan.
Yep.
And just kind of white out the trees that they would not be getting planted. And
Yes.
then just draw in a rough drawing of where it is.
Yep.
See how much encroachment there actually is. If we need a professional drawing after that, we really haven't lost much because we at least all can see roughly what we're looking at, and then we can work on details if we have to.
We're going to definitely have to, and that's a good point. the corner where the trees are planted, I mean, if you plant the trees there, there's not going to be any room for the fence because it's so tight anyways. And that's why, you know, I understand, you know, yeah, we could potentially plant some trees here and there, but if we plant all those trees, to install a fence is going to be pretty difficult. I mean, I don't even know if it's going to be possible on that corner over there.
The fence is almost installed, so the trees only need to be in the back.
Yeah, the trees just need to be in back, and they were talking about a chain link fence that's just gonna run across on an angle to connect the fence that they've already put up between 14. So, I mean, it really is a very simple.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So what I'll do is, I don't mean to cut you off, but what it seems like is, you know, I'm hoping I'm saying it right. The Conservation Commission is willing to eliminate some of these trees in order for the new homeowners to be able to plant their fence. So what I'll probably have to do is, you know, meet with the homeowners, see where they want to put their fence, and then like the other gentleman was saying, I believe, was it Fred or I forget.
Yeah.
White out or put red X's on the ones that we will not be planting, and, you know, kind of show a line as to where the fence was, you know, and see what, you know, what would happen. And that, you know, that gives us a little bit of, you know, it makes me a little happy or whatever you want to say, because, you know, if the less trees we have to plant, obviously the less work it is, you know, and then if you guys are happy, we're happy. I don't have to call DEP and do all this other background work. Then, you know, let's see if we can, you know, come to a conclusion or whatever, you know, an agreement.
Well, the thing is I would prefer that Mary go out there with with the cores and with this, and, you know, Mary, I mean, now that the house is built and you can see that backyard, you get a real sense of a lay of the land as to how many trees could fit back there without it being overwhelming.
Absolutely. And it's almost a good point that we didn't plant the trees, because imagine if we planted those trees and now they got to do all this tree work and remove those other trees, those trees would have been ruined. You know what I mean?
You know, I just, Joey, one thing the commission needs to decide on is this fence here crosses the no disturb line. I mean, and I think if they connect the fence, I mean, the trees were supposed to go really right, when the no disturb was supposed to go really right in this corner, and it is extremely tight to the house, but that was what was on the original plan. So the commission needs to decide how they're going to address that corner and the existing fence, how you want to deal with that.
These, I'm pretty sure that one birch right there was one of the trees that we decided is very wispy and it's not looking the greatest. So I think the tree was going. And then the fence is going to run from that corner of what's already been put up on an angle, just right at about where this, you know, where the erosion control is, and then connect over in the back there. So what I would be okay with them putting the fence on where the current erosion control is, and then planting some trees on the opposite side of it.
Are you talking
where it needs to be vegetated?
Are you talking the silt fence or the the orange fence?
You know what, Joey, and this is something I knew from when we put the silt fence up.
Yeah.
That this silt fence is probably actually closer to the house than it would have had to been in a few sections, like right in here.
Yes.
Or maybe it maybe could go further back according to the no disturb line on the plan.
Yeah.
Because it would just have to measure off the deck and stuff to see. Because if you look at it, it's really narrow there. And you go back to the plan, there is a little bit of room on that side, but not so much on this side. There's no room. But this side.
And that was something that I had mentioned to the commissioner that was with me when we were there. That, you know, it seems that, you know, that no disturb during the development process is a bit closer than, so, I mean, it would just require just going out and just doing some measurements. And then, I mean, in my opinion, I'm okay with the fence going on an angle here, but there needs to be, so that the agreement in perpetuity with some vegetation was going back.
Absolutely. And just one more comment. Like I said earlier, Mary really does do a good job and she follows the rules by the book. One of the things that I was kind of frustrated with almost was that when Mary went out there, she said, listen, I can't make any decisions for the Conservation Commission without having a formal meeting, which I totally respect, or I understand, or maybe I don't understand, I don't really agree with, but whatever, because Mary's very knowledgeable. She's been doing it for years, whatever. So I just don't want to have a meeting with Mary or anyone else who could potentially go to the meeting. And, you know, we just kind of going back and forth as to what we can and can't do. Like I get it. You guys all need to be there. You all need to vote on it. But I feel like.
Oh, no, we can't do that at the site. What Mary would do is she would go out. We would decide right now whether we're going to allow this. And if that's the case, then we will move forward and say, all right, the fence can go up. You know, trees are going to be planted. And then, you know, once that is completed, then we can issue the order of conditions.
Okay. All right. So.
The certificate of compliance.
Okay.
I need the board to be okay with this.
All right. So yeah, we'll make a vote or whatever tonight.
And that would require an amendment on this, or what is it, minor modification, Mary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
So, so that's 16. So seeing how we have the chorus here with 16. And then also we've already switched, and we should probably, Mary, should probably go there and flag the trees that are okay to come down. And I can let you know which ones they are, and the other commissioner that was with me knows which ones they were.
Okay.
So commission, this is a modification, and we don't usually do this at this point. But given the circumstances, last 2 years, you know, we have an agreement or not?
I think this is a viable solution if the measurements support it.
Well, yeah, and I think there's two questions, is permitting the fence itself and then exactly where that fence is going to go. Like I said, this challenging corner, the commission needs to decide how they're going to address that.
The fence is already built there. I mean, to be honest with you, this is another example of someone new to town. They didn't realize, the transplants from out of state, you know, they didn't realize that they needed to get a permit through us to put this up. So, you know, what is, the biggest thing we got to remember is we wanted barriers. We wanted people to not go beyond the wetland, approaching the wetland, have a lawn right up to the wetland. This will ensure that that stays that way. And then there needs to be, Mrs. Core, she loves nature. I heard all about it when I was there. It was great talking with her. And she is okay with putting some trees, smaller ones, in the back there. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. I appreciate you being reasonable with the homeowner.
Absolutely. So commission, it's getting to be the bewitching hour. So let's, you know.
What are you asking us to do? I'm a little confused.
So we need to approve a minor modification on this to where the Mary's going to go out, as to where the fence is going to go.
Well, actually, I think we're getting out of order. We need to see where it's going to go, then we could approve it. But at this point, I think we could agree that this is a viable option. Is the devil now is in the details.
Yes, that's you know.
Perpetual order of conditions does allow a fence as a means of containing. So we're good on that. And now it's just a matter of
You know,
where exactly is it? We don't want the fence encroaching past where the trees were going to go, because that defeats the purpose of the trees in the first place.
absolutely.
So
And there's looking at two trees right here, the one that's broken and the one in front of it. I believe those are ones that are, and there's a group of 3. Mary, you will see them when they're there. There's 3 trees to the left, not that one, but in the background. 1, 2, 3. Those guys they're dying. I think during the construction process, an excavator may have just hit the root system. So, it's common. So, I'm not saying that, you deliberately did it, Dave, but I didn't want you to think that.
One of you guys' toes anymore. So, all right. So it seems like this was a discussion. We got a little bit of background work to do. Meet up with the homeowners, mark up those drawings a little bit. Meet up with Mary. Mary, when are you next available?
Can you hold on a second and let me
Definitely.
let me be the chair here. Fred, I just need an agreement from everyone that we're all on board with this.
yeah, I think we should.
All right, so Fred is on board.
If he comes back and says, I wasn't on board with that, or there was dissension.
Yep.
Let's just admit that, let's look at this and see if we can make it work.
Yeah, I believe, just as much as Dave wants, I want these guys to have a COC.
Yeah. And, honestly, just talking to the homeowner real quick is, trust me, we leave as many trees as possible, but we really need to look at to see what trees should and shouldn't come down. Because once that fence goes up, if you want to do any tree work, it's going to be very tough once it's up. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, no, we know.
Good. Very good. Very good.
So, all right. So you guys know where I stand. So that, Robin, where do you stand?
I'd like to try to be accommodating for the homeowner as much as we can, at the same time, keeping the wetlands safe, but.
Okay. Michelle, comment, no comment?
I think it's the same comment as everybody else. I think we can
Okay.
make it work with a fence and some trees. It's just the details.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, this, like I mentioned earlier, the cores are, it was a pleasure meeting them. Let's move this thing along. Mary, or Dave, you can get in touch with Mary and maybe, I don't know if you need to be there or.
Yeah, I definitely want to be there, At the
Okay.
end of the day, it's a responsibility, we're the contractor. We got to satisfy
Yep.
the homeowner and.
Absolutely. So I guess a meeting for the cores with you and Mary, and we'll just, you do some measurements, figure this out, and Mary, if there's any questions, you can definitely let me know.
Yeah, I know that at the corner, I would like the commission I think we can decide that this part tonight. I know you, Joey, said you don't mind the fence going all the way there, but if we're gonna follow the plan, it should have gone like right along here. So I think it's okay to do that, but the commission, I don't want to be out there being the one making the decision when this is something that you guys want to work over. So that's what I would like input on, is where that fence is going to go in this corner. And like I said before, I think this part, it won't be hard. We can make measurements and determine, but we know that the erosion controls are beyond that line, because it goes like literally 2 or 3 feet away from the house.
Yes.
Looking at this picture, I take it the end of the fence is just out of the picture on the right-hand side. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's right here, and this is within the no disturb zone as delineated on the plan. So
If we continued the fence from there back behind the house, all we'd be adding is that little triangle where those 2 trees are. Is that correct?
yes, so like if we go back to the plan, And I don't know exactly how far the fence goes, but I think, you know, the fence is kind of ending, I don't know, right around in here somewhere. And you can see that the no disturb zone line is right there. So the fence goes to about there.
If I could add one thing, once we get approval, or if we get approval for the fencing, it'll be permanent. There'll be no more of worries with trees or any more encroachment. We're going to make it a permanent thing where there'll be nothing disturbing anywhere else, and it'll be, you know, done with. And as anything from that point on, it's going to stay there, period. And that's what the goal is: to establish a barrier, so we'll have room for the dogs and keep them in the property and not into going crazy in the wetlands, and making that a permanent thing, and where no more disturbances for that wetlands.
Yep.
And that's what we'd like to do.
Mary, can I just ask a question? So are you suggesting the fence be moved in closer? What are you saying about the fence?
No, we think it's been moved. It's a little bit closer than what's on here.
It's closer to the wetland than what's on here. I'm just saying it's not following the plan. Okay, if we do.
Could it be moved? Could it be moved?
He would have to take part of his fence down to move it. Yeah, so that's kind of a pain for him.
Yeah.
And the damage has already been done in that area.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I would just,
are we better off leaving it where it is, or causing additional damage in the area by moving it in?
Yeah.
And at this point, I'm kind of leaning towards leave it where it is, because what's inside has been converted to lawn.
Yep.
So that's no longer the native habitat anyway.
I agree with Fred. If that's the only issue, is that little triangular piece right on the corner there, I can live with the fence staying right where it is.
all right, I'm fine with it too. Michelle?
Yep.
Rob?
Good.
Yes.
You're okay with it? All right.
Yeah.
All right, so we're okay with the fence. We're gonna need to know how many, however many trees are on the plan would need to be planted behind the fence so that we get vegetation back where it was disturbed. Or no?
Behind the fence, you mean at the back of the property, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Not on the side, not on the sides.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah, you want it, so on the wetland side, is that what you said?
It would be beneficial on the wetland side, yes.
Okay.
Does
the homeowner care whether, I mean, maybe they want a visual, you know, to hide the fence? I would just ask that to the homeowner.
That would be
Yeah, we would be okay with behind the fence. That'd be fine.
Okay.
Can you use the mouse cursor and show me exactly where you plan on starting from the top over there? Like where the trees would start?
Yeah, I think they said you wouldn't have to do the ones near the road. So, and they were supposed to be 6 feet apart. So we'd have to, again, work out however many that was behind back here.
Yeah, if we could, you know.
And also, let's not forget what Dave said originally. It would be difficult to put the trees in after the fences in, because you'd have to go around behind the fence into that area and disturb it.
There is one tree, bear in mind, before the chain link fence goes up, and I mentioned it. There's a tree here that's dead, that's not very healthy. And then there is a tree, yeah, that birch right there. And then I don't think there's a shot going this way, but beyond that birch, there's a tree it's over in here. And I don't like the idea of cutting it, but it has this weird, Mary, you'll see it. It's got a weird I don't know what happened to it, but if we get a good windstorm from, I think that's the north, it could snap in half and come this way at the house. So that tree would need to be taken down in some way before the fence goes up, or unless somebody knows how to take it down with the fence up. So you'll see the tree I'm talking about. It's got like it's almost like someone took it's almost like an axe, hit it and cut a part of it out, and it's just waiting for a good rain, good either snowstorm or a good windstorm to just snap it. And that's not due to construction. That's just there's a natural flaw in the tree.
Perfect, right? All right.
So, anything else with this?
To revamp what we're doing right now.
Mary, do you need any other details?
I don't think so.
Like I said, it's this birch, the tree that's in there. There's a group of 3 of them that are dead, and then there's one that's broken, and then one that has that. It's one of the limbs of its almost stumped towards the bottom.
So why don't you tell me the total number of trees? So when I go there and meet
3,
with you all-
4. One's broken and dead. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 6, and that would be 7 in there.
So 7 trees, and Duval can help me identify them, right?
Yeah, if you want me to meet up with you guys on that day, I can meet up with you, and I know exactly which trees they are. So, and that's, that will safeguard the house, that will safeguard the property if anything were to happen. Okay?
Yeah, it would be great if we would come, because it would really assist us really well. And it would kind of help close this thing in.
Yeah. Let's try to maybe get a meeting going. Today's Monday. If maybe I'm coming into a busy spot right now with work. But I can finagle something. So if Dave and the Coors, Mary,
yeah, maybe we should just wait.
That way we'll know exactly by the next commission meeting what's going on.
Hey Kelly, I just saw some texts flying back and forth about the town hall being closed. Do we know why? Was there a COVID case or something? I'm just saying that might affect what's going on here.
I don't know yet. I just know that it's closed. It closed early today. It's closed tomorrow. I don't know why.
Okay. So anyway, that may affect things, but hopefully it was nothing serious and it was just having to do the computers or something.
Okay.
Joey, this is Malia Coria. I just wanted to, we want to personally thank you and Michelle, even Mary, for coming out. And number one, it's very important to be educated because we don't know anything about wetlands, or we didn't. We appreciate you coming out. And I also appreciate absolutely everybody on the call, including the construction people, because I think all of us working together can make this happen. I mean, for the best of the property, for the home, just holistically. Just wanted to thank everybody that's involved with the process. So we really do appreciate you taking.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sorry about that.
All right. So, so the certificate of compliance on that, Dave, we're going to need to hold off a bit, but at least you know the direction it's going in.
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, it would have been nice to maybe plant them earlier, but honestly, it almost kind of works out because they got to remove some trees back there. If we planted them, it would have been a lot harder. So get this going. Let's get it rocking. Let's get it done. And Mary, I'll be in touch. The homeowners, I'll be in touch. Feel free to reach out to me. If you don't have my number, it's on our website, jdconstruction.com. That's pretty much all I have.
Okay. All right. You know, it's been a long road, and you know, I know it's been frustrating for you and your father, but you know, to get to this point, thank you.
Definitely.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Cores, thank you so much. Well, I'll see you very soon. Dave, I'll see you very soon, and you guys have a good night.
Yep. Have a good night. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 16 Patterson, new stormwater plans.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, we didn't
Yes.
solve 14 Wakefield.
Yeah, 14,
That was 14.
Let's see where we can.
Shall we put that on the next agenda so that
Yeah.
it's with this one?
Yeah. Yeah. I know that it wasn't a very easy concession on that, but I think that in the lieu of how things have gone, the major thing is we wanted a barrier and some vegetation back there, and hopefully this satisfies everyone. All right, so this is 16 Patterson.
yeah, and Carolyn's not on here, but the main change, they're here for a minor modification.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm gonna sneeze again.
Mhm.
The main change is they're putting a Cultec under the driveway, and they had just proposed having more like just gravel, and they were piping their drains into it. So it is, in my mind, this is a vast improvement on their original proposal.
Yeah.
He has the, I don't know whether Fred, you want to look at it, how many of these units he has in here. Let's see. So each of them, it looks like it has 2 Cultec 330 XL HD chambers for each house. And Fred may not be here now because I see he has himself muted.
So I'm here,
Okay.
but I can't read and chew gum at the same time.
Yeah, it's true.
They're still building this first one, right, Mary? This one,
I don't remember which one they're doing first.
oh, because they were originally doing 20 first and then 16, but
Yeah.
about 16, so he must have changed his mind.
So do we know why the change?
Well, I think Carolyn was under the impression that we had asked her to redo the plan or something, and I don't know why, or maybe their contractor said, "Oh, this is what I want to do." I'm not sure, but I know we had asked them. We had a little bit of concerns with just the gravel under the driveway and how that was going to work, and so I think this was an effort to fix that. In fact, not only did they submit, basically they hired an engineer, really. And not only did they submit this, they submitted the calculations, which is, pages long. I don't know whether you want to look at any of this page, for any of this, Fred. It's got the impervious area and the soils and the whole 9 yards. So he did all the calcs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the real deal.
It's the real deal. And basically, because one of the tricky things was that, you know, this is, their plan is now changed because they submitted this new plan. So I almost think we almost need I don't know whether we need an amendment to just put down the name of the new plan.
I would think so, yes.
Yeah.
You know, you plan to reference, is the date up, is it up to date?
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's actually a completely different plan because it's a different engineer. So it looks different from the other plan. It has a few different details on it. So
Okay.
they may have to use both plans to follow it. I mean, this is the stormwater.
This
plan.
this was something you brought to me a couple weeks back.
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta tell you, this little area right here is gonna be, it's gonna be tight for development because you got Steve putting in the house across the street. You got this coming down and being torn up. The street is, you know, I mean, it's an old cart path.
Hey, Mary, could you zoom in on the proposed site? Just a couple. All right, hang on.
Whoops, that's not what I meant to do.
This says downspouts into splash pads.
For that side, and then this other side.
Mary, considering, see, there's like potentially two different plans that are going to be referenced.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, there's been a change here. It's been engineered now. I would feel more comfortable if somebody came and talked to us about this before we end up amending a plan and, you know.
Sure.
I mean,
Well, and they haven't, I mean, for an amendment, they gotta pay a fee and notify the abutters and all this
yeah,
stuff.
or whatever we're gonna need to do with this because, you know, and I would rather, you know, I mean, I really like her. She was very nice, but I think it's best if her husband talks with us because he seems to be, you know, everything's filtering through her. She's trying to tell us what's going on, and it's like that lost, you know, things. I think I don't want anything getting lost here, and I want to make sure that things are completely cohesive. So I think someone coming in, telling us, all right, this is the new engineered plan. We're referencing just this one for, we're abandoning the old one or whatever is going on. That's my opinion. I mean, how does the board feel on that?
Yeah, it seems like we could miss something if we're not careful.
Yeah, there's just, you know, it's suddenly, you know, looking at one of the plans alone is, you know, makes your eyes go cross and now balance two and then information's on one but not on the other.
Yeah, we wouldn't take that from any of the engineer friends we have come in.
Yeah. So
we wouldn't, right? You'd make them go and fix it.
Yeah, absolutely. So why don't we, you know, I like to complete things, but let's you know, let's ask them to come before us and talk. We need to elect a clerk. Someone needs to be a clerk, Robin.
What does a clerk do?
Someone needs to be a clerk, Fred.
What do they do?
No, I can't.
They do
My
clerking work.
handwriting's illegible and my typing is 20 words a minute.
I would only do it if I got legal permission that I
I
can
thought
take.
you had a steno, one of those,
Yeah.
those steno machines.
See, I think Dan is, he just looks clerk. I look at him and I say, hey, he's a clerk.
He needs a pair of half cuts down on his nose.
Yeah.
So Mary, there's a
yeah.
confusion as to, like what's the full job description on this bad boy? Like they have to, I open the meeting,
So Joey, if you read your employee or your commissioner handbook, you would know the job description.
Yeah, it's on my counter right now.
Yeah, right. That
But,
one, the rules of ethics and I'm reading the units. That's the stuff that I'm learning. Unit 1 to 5.
I read that thing in the handbook, and it wasn't clear to me what they said the clerk was supposed to read at the start of the meeting. I think it's just the boilerplate at the top of the agenda, but I don't know that for sure.
No, it's
Is that it? Is that all that you got to do?
No, the clerk is supposed to read the newspaper advertisement, which is what is published. And I don't know, they're pretty long. It's like 5 sentences, so it could get a little boring. And I don't know if we can shorten some of it, but.
Wait, 5 sentences is pretty long? I don't know.
Well.
That doesn't seem that long.
They're boring.
They're
Okay,
boring.
so where do you get these newspaper clippings? Where, I know they're in the newspaper, but where would
you clip them
where
out
would
of
the
the
clerk
newspaper?
get them?
All right.
Which newspaper? Which
Mary,
one?
I think, would need to start sending them to whoever the clerk is.
Yeah.
And you read it, that's it? That's the job?
Well, you read it, and then for, God forbid, we were to have a financial emergency in Webster, and we lost Mary and we lost Kelly, the clerk would then pick up having to take notes, which more than likely would never happen, but I can't say that because we don't know what the economy is going to do.
Well, I point out that since the meetings have to be electronically recorded, it does seem like somewhat of a moot point, other than taking the minutes.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm getting at is the minutes need to be taken. So, I mean, Robin's secretarial already.
Every organization I've ever, that's what my friend Bruce White said. He says, under my tombstone, it's going to say secretary.
Well, I had, I'll be honest with everyone here. I did approach Dan because Dan is so damn.
I agree.
He's so dynamic.
Thank you.
Yay, Dan.
No, he's good with interpretation of the law. He's really good with investigating stuff, and we all bring something to the table, and that's what Dan's strength is. And I didn't know if you would be interested in doing that. Fred is now old, tired, and has his wife doing things for him. So, I mean, I didn't think he would want it.
Fred's retired now? Fred, when did you retire?
5 years ago.
Well, recently, I thought it was.
So, with that said, we need to pick out a clerk. So, and if you're not satisfied with it in a month or 90 days, it's a 90-day trial. And if you're not satisfied, you could probably transfer the power.
Try it before you buy.
Yep.
It's such a shame I can't be the clerk.
Okay, I motion Dan is our new clerk. Second the motion? Come on, Joey, let's go. Second.
A chair can't make a motion.
I made the motion. Somebody's got to second it.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Just
All
because
in favor? Aye.
I didn't want to be the clerk.
I think Dan's really PO'd right now.
He's gonna get off the thing and says, "Okay, time to reconsider this
He's
volunteer group."
He's about to shut the computer.
If somebody points me in the right direction to whatever that is, I'm supposed to read, I think I can probably handle it.
He kept us on time, on budget tonight for time, but
Yeah, he did.
it fell
Good
apart
point.
once we got to Wakefield Ave, which, you know.
Oh my God. What construction company does that fellow own? I've never seen him before.
Well, you know, we can tell you offline.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, but I mean, you know.
Because he said it when I got up. And I kind of goes, because I like knowing the builders. I introduced myself to one that's down the street right now. And he was looking nice. So I like to kind of know him, you know.
All right. So are we all in favor of Dan being the newly elected clerk, the first clerk in the history of Webster Conservation?
Why don't we do our roll call vote? Dan.
Okay.
Dan, you're first.
You are allowed to abstain, you know.
If you're not comfortable, Dan, I mean, you know, let us know.
What, are we supposed to be doing something here?
The roll
No.
call.
Roll call vote. Dan, you're
Your
first.
name.
What?
Yes or no?
Your first duty is
Gosh.
Come out the window.
Are you sure we should be having him?
Yes or just a yes or no on.
I'll just read. I'll read reverse order. Then I'll get it. Joey.
Yes.
Fred.
Yes.
Michelle.
Yes.
Robin.
Yes.
Dan. We're just doing the roll call vote.
He's already lost. He's it. We won. 4 out of 5. They're at the new clerk. Let's hear it for the new clerk.
I suppose I'm supposed to abstain.
Yes, you are.
All right, great. All right, it's 9 o'clock, after 9, so let's put the other items on the agenda for the 22nd.
You're gonna put off Loveland again?
It'll go on the agenda for the 22nd.
Yeah, I'm hoping the 22nd will be, we do have, I think, a bunch of applications in, but I think it's mostly smaller stuff. So we're just kind of stuck with Cudworth Road as large projects. So hopefully we'll take care of a lot of these things. So.
Yes.
So if
And
there's time permitting on the next
just one thing for the minutes of Loveland. The owners, Miss Arsenal and Ms. Godzik have again said that they are unable to attend our meeting. All right, so those were the discussion items. Any other quick business? Oh, quick business, Mary. We want the silt fences to be orange now.
You know what? I think the other business that we're forgetting is that town meeting warrant article about the consultants.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I have it here somewhere.
So
I think we had emailed this out a while back, and this is Brian Pelletier brought forward a citizen petition, all right, to basically say that instead of just using Brandon as our consultant, that an applicant has to be able to choose from 3 consultants. All right, and the commission needs to provide an opinion about this to the Board of Selectmen so that they can make a recommendation as to whether or not they endorse this. So it's basically changing our bylaw that's already in existence, the small little bylaw that we have, and saying that we have to have 3 consultants. And I can read it because it's short.
after you read it, I've got some notes from someone that I spoke to.
Okay. A list with a minimum of 3 or more outside consultants shall be provided by the commission for the applicant to choose from. Any applicant aggrieved by the imposition of or size of the consultant fee or any act related thereto may appeal to the Board of Selectmen in accordance with the provisions of MGL, blah, blah, blah. The grounds for such an appeal shall be limited to claims that the consultant has selected or that the consultant selected has a conflict of interest or does not possess the minimum required qualifications. The standard of qualification shall consist of a Massachusetts certification or license in the field at issue or references mutually acceptable to the commission and the applicant showing expertise and experience in the field at issue. The required time limit for action upon an application by the commission shall be extended by the duration of the administrative appeal. And I don't know that last line, I'm not sure that we can even do. I don't know, Jody.
What was the last line? I'm sorry.
Let me just point out one thing, that
Okay.
all that rest below the 3 consultants is already in our bylaw.
Okay. All right. So the rest of it's already been approved. It's just the first sentence.
So it's in the it is in the current watered down bylaw. Now I want to bring this up to you, and these are going to be the points that I send to the select board. I want to make it known that there is no licensure or certification requirement for wetland scientists through the state of Massachusetts. The only state in the entire union that actually has a licensure program for a professional wetland scientist is New Hampshire. All wetland scientists and soil scientists are licensed through the state of New Hampshire and professional geologists. So, if you want three quotes, if three people and 3 quotes, I guess that's fine. At the first, but the interesting thing here is at the first meeting, we'll have to tell the applicant that they need to put it out for bid. Then at the next meeting, we'll have to go over the bid and choose a wetland scientist. Then we'll have to probably continue for 2 meetings to let the wetland scientists have enough time to go over the NOI, RDA, or ANRAD. Then they need to go into the field and write a report. So you're now already at 4 meetings. What applicant is going to want to wait 4 meetings? That's 2 months.
I think, Joey, if you're trying to make a point that's got to go into the citizens petition, you're going to have to shorten that. I think the point truly is that you're adding more delay in getting through conservation and more bureaucracy.
Yep.
Because
the
consultant, they want to choose one. It doesn't say they have to go and get a bid and we have to approve. The way I read
we have to.
There's a list, and
Yeah.
you pick somebody.
But they're going to want to find out who the cheapest is. That's the thing. So
Yeah, that sure, but our job is to just provide the list.
I will tell you that I had recommended Brandon, number 1, for his expertise. Number 2, his knowledge of South Central Mass. But also, he is considered one of the cheapest consultants that there are. And I knew that because based on the demographics of Webster, if we needed a peer review, he charges about $105 an hour. VHB starts at $185. SWCA is like $160 something. BSC out of Worcester, same thing. So Brandon is one of the cheapest. This same thing came up in Sutton for Brandon. And there was the commission made the push that they wanted Brandon as their consultant. Just like our town has Mead, Tallerman, and I forgot Costa. Just like we use Chuck. We have one reviewer. Why is the commission being held to a different standard? Our reviewer is Brandon, that's who we use. But we've decided maybe the commission needs to put it to a vote that we want Brandon as our person, our consultant. We've been using him for a 1.5 years now. He's worked out great on a lot of our complicated projects. But typically, you go this far with 53G if your project's gonna cost you 5,000 or more. And that's not, this really is the case with most of the people with their projects. In my opinion, I just feel that a party that we denied is just not happy. And, it's just one of those things. But, Brandon has been, excellent, and I don't see any reason why we would need to adjust anything.
I agree.
What's already there is right from the regs.
And we have a great deal of confidence in Brandon, given how much we've worked together.
Yes.
Well, are you saying that we should create something to inform the Board of Selectmen and the town administrator that that is the case, that, there's other things involved, like the cost, that would be detrimental to the people?
On some people, and that was one of my points, is that Brandon's one of the cheapest, and he's one of the best.
Well, then I think since that thing for the town warrant is already written, then we should have our counterpoint that gets presented to the Board of Selectmen and make them consider whether they want to include that in the warrant.
And the thing is having, like I mentioned, it can become a complex thing where we end up, there is the process of putting out a request for proposals for our commission, and then we can supply someone with 3 names, and, then, like, you gotta look at it already with just thinking about the process. You're dragging someone's process out already, when we can just say, this is who we work with. They're an excellent independent consultant, and they're just checking things for you.
And just to be clear, it's already in the bylaw that if there's a conflict of interest, there is an appeal option for the applicant.
Yeah.
That's not going away.
Well, I would say
You have
that
to have that anyway, yeah.
if you're not happy with our consultant, you are free to hire your own.
That's
And
not true.
the responsibility is then on them to find a consultant that they wish to work with.
That's not
That's
true.
not up to us to provide them with.
Well,
No, you're missing the point. Go ahead, Joey. I think you were going to say the same thing.
We can't, if they felt strongly about Brandon, then I believe they can find their own, but we have to interview them and see their qualifications. And we can do reference checks, because the purpose of an independent consultant, number one, is so that they don't have a conflict of interest. It's somebody, he's out of state. So, it's, it's someone that's out of the bureaucracy of what can be a municipality, and comes in, checks the wetland line, makes observations, and properly informs both parties as to what is there. It's to counter if they've already had a wetland scientist, it's to cross-check them. That's why they call it, in some instances, peer review. So, but we're supposed to get comments to Doug. I had asked Doug till tomorrow. He sent out an email, I think it was Thursday or Friday, and it just, time was running short. So if anyone has specific comments, we already, what are you really changing? We've already covered all those bases that are in the bylaw as far as the, having a professional. It's just, I feel that the new language is changed to a Massachusetts certification.
No, that's actually existing.
So that's something that we would need to change out of our proposed bylaw if we didn't like it.
Yeah, I mean, they need to have the, you know, in essence, I mean, the best way to put it would be the, you know, because if Massachusetts at some point was to pick up some sort of licensure program, folks would probably end up doing it. So it would just say the appropriate licensure board for their profession. You know, professional wetland scientists out of New Hampshire. So.
Or just sit there and tell them that there is no such animal as a Massachusetts license. So therefore, the premise.
You're missing the point. That's not the citizen's petition. The part that's different is very specific. It's specific to, you have to have a list of 3 within Concom. And then there's a little piece that tucks it under another part of the bylaw, which I don't understand. It's called non-criminal disposition, which basically says the TA or his representatives can fine you for breaking the rules of a bylaw without any kind of warrant or police involvement.
Yeah, so I think what Michelle's trying to say is the only thing different is the first sentence. And that whole part about Massachusetts certification is already in our bylaw. So we don't need to argue about that. That's for another day.
All right. So then
I think your points are still good, Joey, that we think this will slow the process within conservation for all the points that you've made, and that we've built up a confidence in our peer reviewer. We've worked together, it's worked out well, and we'd like to keep it consistent. That's if you're opposed to the list of 3. And we realized that it's expensive to go through some of these projects, so we found a peer reviewer that charges a reasonable amount.
Right.
I think
And
those
a list of 3 to choose from benefits nobody.
Right.
It doesn't. They still have to pay. They still have to pay a fee, regardless.
Yeah.
Once we vote on, they need a peer review. That, you know, it's just.
Joe, we're not allowed to recommend. So they're asking us to give them a list of, you know, it's like somebody comes in and says, "Can you give me a good contractor?" No, we can't.
Yeah.
You know, technically, Brandon's working for us.
Yeah. Well, that's why
they're asking for somebody to go work for them, and it's like, no, this is a violation of Massachusetts law.
Yeah. Any other points?
Yeah, that's another valid point.
So, I mean, and I would probably say that, you know, given that this has been raised, Mary, maybe, I know that they had to make it a formal, you know, they had to make it formal with Sutton, with the select board. Maybe, you know, Brandon needs to be appointed as a, you know, official consultant for the town.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder if Chuck is appointed. That would be a good question.
How, you know, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, all these other departments have their reviewers. I mean, Brandon's ours. So, whatever process internally, you know, we can figure that out. Did you want, I mean, Mary, are you writing a quick email to Doug about this, or do you want to send one and I send one, or did you want to send it?
I can draft it up and email it to you tomorrow, and you can just check it if you want. I think I still want to connect with Jay because about that point of whether it's actually legal, because I think the Wetlands Protection Act allows us to choose a consultant, and I'm not sure that this is necessarily consistent with that. So Jay, I would want Jay to, I meant to connect with him just to make sure it was okay.
And an appeal to this under bylaw typically goes to court. Doesn't usually go to an internal board.
Well, remember that part's what's already there, Joey. That's what's in our little bylaw right now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But if somebody were to appeal the actual bylaw piece for, I think it goes to, if they really made a scene about it, it would have to go to court, I think, not,
Yeah.
Not according to our bylaw.
Yeah, so if someone didn't, like, if Brian didn't like, Brandon, then he could have appealed to the BOS according to our bylaw, but he didn't.
But if you read 53G, in the regs, it actually says that you have to prove that who we are recommending as the consultant, you have to prove that they are not capable of performing the work.
No, you have to prove there's a conflict of interest. That's the only thing that works. If you read the bylaw and those two laws that are referenced, it comes down to the only way you can get a different consultant is if you prove there's a conflict of interest. Doesn't matter if you like them or don't like them, what they charge, what they don't charge.
Oh, I know.
All got to do with conflict.
But what I'm talking about is under 53G, which is what they pay into, the law. So. Anyway, well, if there's any further concerns or comments, I guess send them to Mary, and then Mary, why, instead of 2 letters, why don't we just send one on behalf of, on behalf of the commission?
Okay, that sounds good.
I did tell Doug that I wanted to talk to the commission about this. All right. The other thing too, Mary, we mentioned it earlier, we want to change the silt fence to orange.
Joe, do you guys look into what the price difference is on that and how easy it is to get orange silt fence? I haven't seen it, so I just wouldn't want to
I've been starting to see it pop up on towns. So I'm assuming that it must be available.
I guess I would want to check that out before we do that, or just how easy it is, if it's going to make it hard for people. I like the idea, and maybe there's certain projects that need it more than others. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. And then one thing that definitely we can start is trees that are being saved on certain projects. They need to be wrapped in construction fencing. Oxford does it, Douglas does it, Mass DOT does it. It really is a good idea. It's a visual so that a machine doesn't hit them, but also you know exactly which ones are staying so that they're never touched.
Well, I'd point out if we're going to orange silt fence, they can always just wrap it in a piece of silt fence.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's
one less thing they've got to carry around.
Absolutely. Mary, do you know where a lot of our contractors get silt fencing from?
No. I mean, I know Glenn always talks about S&M Farms. He always has them do, but that's like a company. So I can kind of ask around.
Home Depot actually sells it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure probably a lot of the homeowners just go to Home Depot, but I imagine contractors may have their other sources.
Yeah. All right. I can't imagine if there's a price difference, but we can check it. I mean, just to be fair. All right. Motion for adjournment.
I motion for adjournment.
Robin made the motion.
And I'll second it.
Fred, once again, he failed to do his duty as the first. All right, so Mary's she's gonna need to pick her head up off the keyboard in a minute. So let's all say goodnight, and thank you guys so very much. I really appreciate it.
Stay safe. Thank you, Dan.
Thank
Clerk.
you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good clerk.
Folks.
Yes.
Stay safe, everybody.
All right, thank you. Good night.
Good night.